Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Hello, hello, hello. Friday has come at last. It is almost the weekend, and that's what's special about today. And you're here with me. Thanks for joining me. I'm Stuart Hillard. This is Friday Sewing Street, and do I have a day for you? Let's start with our early bird. Oh, sorry, I was just having a sip out of my cup. It is really rather lovely. It's a travel cup. We're all trying to be a little bit more eco-friendly now, aren't we? And taking a travel cup to the coffee shop, or just carrying a drink with us. This is, here we go. This is a travel cup. It should be $7.99. Now, there's different colours. This one's got the sea holly on it, which is rather nice. I love this touch of lavender on the rim. But there are two other colourways. I can show you actually on the web. Your colour will be picked at random. Oh, pretty. Oh, now actually, none of those are the ones I've got. We've got the ornamental onion on the left, and then we've got the kind of lavender and sunflowers and bees, and then we've got mixed blooms with butterfly with the pink lid. Well, I think whatever you get will be pretty and rather lovely. They're whimsical. They are. They're gorgeous. We are expecting some more to be delivered. So when we get the other colours, I'll show you. But anyway, $7.99. But this is our early bird. It's all part of our flower week, which has been rather lovely, hasn't it? Lots of lovely flowers and florals. So it should be $7.99, but we are going to crash under £5, just about $4.99. $4.99 is your price. Lovely. The lid screws on nice and tight. Oh, Wendy, thanks for getting in touch. Good morning. How are you? Are you ready for the weekend? Jan says, good morning, Stuart and all. Stuart and everyone. Thank you, love. Anne says, good morning. Lovely, Stuart. It's great to see you again. Thank you, my love. It's really nice to be here. Gillian says, good morning, Stuart and team. So many in baskets. Remember, your colour will be picked at random, but they're all lovely. They're all summery. And they have like a little seal as well, look, on the cap. So if you're travelling, you don't want to spill, you can pop this out. It's kind of silicone, and then you've got your little sippy, and then you can push that back in and seal it back up. So it's really useful when you're travelling, isn't it? Or if you're going to a sports event or a quilt show or something like that. You've also got this silicone band around it, which is going to protect your hands from a hot drink. Delia says, good morning, Stuart and team. Claire says, good morning, Stuart. And all. I love that inclusiveness. Should we say hello to the guys in the gallery? Let's give them a quick wave. We're extra today because we've got Ben, we've got Bruce, and over there with Ben, we've also got Jen. We've got Jen and Ben. It's Benifer. It's Benifer. Jen is one of our schedulers and buyers. Schedulers, yes. And she's coming into shadow. So welcome to the team. Now, Mandy says, good morning, Stuart and team. I've got my waistcoat pattern before they all go. Mandy, that's a little spoiler, isn't it? Yes, we have got Katharine Wright's amazing new pattern for a waistcoat. Morning, Stuart and all. I can't stay for long as I have an interview for a job. Wish me luck. Oh, fingers and toes, fingers and toes, fingers and toes. When they say to you, where do you want to be in 5 years? You've got to say something like, sitting in your chair, because I'm going to make you lose your job. No, I don't mean it like that. What would you say? I don't know. I don't know. Here are the others, by the way. Thanks, Dan. Look, those are gorgeous. So look, there's the pretty yellow one. That's really nice, isn't it? With all the different summer blooms and the bees. This is a lovely shade of yellow. You've got the pink one, which has like hydrangeas. Charlie is desperately trying to get our hydrangea to be blue. He's madly feeding it with the right things to create, is it acidity or alkalinity that makes it go blue? And then we've got the purple one. Now, my one is sea holly. I think that's what you'll get, but it's lovely, isn't it? Sea holly is one of my favourite flowers for cutting. Suzanne, thank you. She says, good morning, Stuart. I see you have the brother side cut of another spoiler. That's my job. That's my job. It's fine. You carry on. Can you demo on it, please? Of course I can, Susan. I've already got that planned. 12:30. We've got we'll get to the menu in a sec, but 12:30 I'll be demoing the side cutter foot. But we don't have many. I'm going to leave this with you. But I have got another sneaky early bird, and what's rather nice is it actually matches the mugs. I'll keep the mugs here. I'll show you what, because look, I've got a touch of lilac with the lilac mug. I've got a touch of pink for the pink, and I've got a little bit of lemon for the yellow. So look, I've got these gorgeous embroidery scissors. Again, the colour is at random, but they're all really cute. Stop it. £2.99. They're really pretty. Look, they're floral. Really cute. And, you know, quite a nice generous size. These are comfortable. There's the lilac. The colours are picked at random, but it's still nice to know what you might get. You've got the pink. Aren't they cute? And look, the kind of yellowy green. It's sort of more, well, I can't tell really whether it's green or, it's kind of both. Tie-dye. They're cute. They're absolutely flying out. £2.99. Good, actually, thread snips or for when you're notching, anything like that. Anything like that. Now, Claire says, good morning, Stuart. And all Mo says, morning, handsome. Thank you. Ben, she means me. Pipe down. Laurie says, good morning, Stuart and team. Have a lovely start to the weekend. Thank you, lovely. Sandra says, good morning, gorgeous, Stuart. From a sunny Glasgow. It's always sunny in Glasgow. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. Thank you, my love. Thanks for joining us. Right. I'm going to leave our early birds to one side because we need to talk about the menu. Let's talk about the menu. Here we go. So, first things first, this hour, we've got fabulous flower show fabrics. I've got all sorts of things in this hour, including a brand new range from Anna Maria. At 9 o'clock, yeah, you've already spotted it. You've already spotted it. Katharine Wright is launching her brand new pattern. It's called the Layer It Up Waistcoat. It comes in 3 different lengths, multiple sizes. There are binding options. There are patchwork options. It's a fabulous, fabulous new pattern. Love that long line version. You can do it patchwork. You could even make it with orphan blocks. You could do it with boiled wool. Look at that one in the faux crochet. That's super cool. Loads of options. Now, I'm just going to say, you might want to shop ahead on that because at the moment, nearly 100 of you have already shopped ahead for that pattern. So I would jump on now and order your pattern. Make sure you get it before it sells out. And then you can sit back and relax. And the less time I spend talking and the more time Katharine spends demonstrating, the happier we'll all be. Now, that's happening at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock even. Now at 10 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Jane Greenoff for an hour and a half of cross-stitch guild. Now that goes on until 11:30, and then we'll just have, till 11:30, we've got Katharine Wright back for the William Morris Soft Diamond Quilt Kit. This is beautiful, beginner friendly, it looks stunning. At 12:30 then, we're just going to have half an hour of Brother Sewing Machines, and I've got a fabulous quilting, embroidery and sewing machine at a very special price, but I've also got the Brother FS250 and the Brother Side Cutter Foot, which I will be demonstrating. So we've got a lot on this morning. It's gonna be fabulous. Lisa Lamb's got in touch to say, morning, nice holiday vibes shirt, Stuart. Is that Jen in the gallery? If yes, she's great to work with. It is Jen, and I agree. Right, let's get started. Yeah, right. Let's start with some bags. Right, first of all, flower show, remember. We're going to go straight down. Here we go, £2.99. Love this. Love this. Can I just say what I would do with this bag? I would actually cut it up. I would cut it up. And I would quilt it onto some bozal, and I would make a shoulder bag with it. A wipeable shoulder bag, because for £2.99 you'd get all the fabric out of this, and I'd use the gusset and the handles and everything, or a backpack. You could make a few slight adaptations to this, some shoulder straps, add in a zip panel inside, and have it as a backpack for £2.99. A few modifications. Fun, isn't it? Really cool fabric. I love that. Vast majority of you are multi-buying this. It's actually also a really you could make a clutch bag out. I know it is actually a bag. It is actually a bag. You could just buy it and use it as a bag. But I buy these. I also do it with chicken feed bags. I love cutting up one bag and turning it into another. Really great fun. Really great fun, beautiful fabric. There's over 50 of you with this in your basket. I've got about 100 of them left. We had a lot more than that to start with. Yeah, why not multi-buy and keep one as it is and then turn one into something else? There's a little challenge. I'm so sorry about my, no, it's okay. I'm sorry about my voice today. I started the day croaky. I seem to have a perpetual slight sniffle at the moment. It's the time of year. I think it might be actually a little bit of hay fever. Anyway, it's by the by. I never have it, ever. Right, that's that one. Now this one I would actually just have as the bag because it's fabulous. Really cool. So this one is £13.99, but oh, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. Lovely. Oh, Now, I was hoping for £9.99. £8.99 is fab. But look, you've got gorgeous rose print on both sides. I think that's got a little bit of the Tim Holtz about it, because it's the floral, but then it's got the franking and the letter and the writing and the layers. Do you know what I mean? It's got all of that. Nobody here knows what franking is because they only send emails. Back in the day, we used to have a thing called letters, and they would drop through your letterbox. It's got a zip at the top, but this is the really important stuff. Look, it is a cool bag. This is for keeping your picnic fresh. When you go to the park with your knitting, I'm thinking about me now, and I've got a bag full of snacks and lovely drinks to keep me going, and my blankie. This is going to keep everything cool. Or it could be the bag that you take to pick up your takeaway, your rotisserie chicken, or your Chinese takeaway, or whatever you like, because it's got that reflective surface inside. It could also be your bag that you take grocery shopping, just to keep your freezer stuff or your dairy stuff cool while you take it home. What a fab bag. Brilliant price for £8.99. Really, really lovely. Like I say, I do like to chop up a bag, but I wouldn't. Susan says, great for shopping in this weather too. Totally. Do you know, I really hope this weather lasts until October, don't you? Be lovely. Really like that. Right, next up, I've got some absolutely beautiful Fiskars scissors. Now, these are brand new today. They've never been seen before, although they've been lurking around the studio for the last few days, and we've all fallen in love with them. Look at these. These are beautiful. Look, they're almost tattooed. I think that looks like a tattoo. I'm going to slide them out. I think they're gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Now, Fiskars are one of the absolute master scissor makers. They have such an amazing reputation. And I think originally it was knives and swords and all that kind of stuff. We're talking, isn't it 1649 or something? So absolutely beautiful scissors. These are like a general purpose. Fine for cutting out your dressmaking. Good for cutting out your dressmaking. Oh, 1772. Okay. Ah, that's Wilkinson's sword, but Ulfa, I think. Sorry, not Ulfa, Fiskars are 1649, aren't they? 26.99 anyway. 1649, yeah, there we go. My name is Stuart Hillard, and my specialist subject is scissor makers. Particular reference, Fiskars. Gorgeous, aren't they lovely? Very giftable, and they come in a very special box with the beautiful design in the back as well. I just think they're lovely. Super sharp and gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. They are special. I mean, you're going to keep these. You're definitely not going to let anybody cut cardboard boxes out with these, or paper crafting, or any of that stuff. You definitely want to keep these just for fabric. 21 centimetres in length, beautifully super sharp, and absolutely they are gorgeous. They are absolutely gorgeous. Right, let's talk Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Van Gogh. This is lovely. This is one of the iconic pictures, isn't it? Paintings from Van Gogh. The sunflowers. They are lovely. I grew some sunflowers like this last year. They were called teddy bear. I love a bear, even in floral form. and they were sort of fluffy and furry almost. Gorgeous. And now you get a pen included. And look, lined notebook. Now this is absolutely perfect for writing notes about what you're working on. I have notebooks everywhere at home, and people often buy me notebooks as presents because they know how much I use them and how much I love them. I love lists. I love writing a list, and sometimes when I'm at home, when I'm sort of doing jobs for the day, I'll write some things down. And then if I do something extra, like I might think something like, oh, while I'm here, I'll just strip that bed and wash the bedding, then I'll actually do it, and then I write it in my list just so I can tick it off. Is that cute or is it weird? It gives me that sense of satisfaction. And when I look back at the list, I think, yes, I've done all that today. But also things like if I've got to make 96 half-square triangles or 32 strip-pieced units, I will write them down and I will tick them off. And I will sketch out what I'm making as well. And it's such a helpful process. But also, I like to keep a notebook with me when I'm out and about shopping or out and about doing stuff, because if an idea comes to me, and it could be for a quilting design, it could be a plique, it could just be a colour combination I see, and I'll sketch it in my book. It's really rather lovely. It's a hard cover featuring Van Gogh's sunflowers. You've got the pen as well. If this was in the V&A or in the National Gallery, it would probably be £12.99, and you probably wouldn't get the pen as well. So I think that's stonkingly good value. I think it's fab. Right. The craft bag next. Now, we had the sewing machine bag on yesterday, but this is lovely. £16.99 is your price. Now, this is particularly geared up for yarn crafting, and I shall show you why. So it's got this gorgeous modern floral. You've got a fabulous zippered pocket on the side. Now this would be absolutely perfect for things like knitting needles in particular. It's designed for that. You've got the length there for knitting needles, and you could get quite a few pairs in there. You've also got a little breathing hole here. I'm kidding, of course, because what you're going to do is your yarn can go inside, you can feed the yarn through there, and then you can knit or crochet with your yarn inside the bag. It could be your project, it could be your stash. It's gorgeous, absolutely lovely. Well, some people like to walk and knit, don't they? So you could have the bag over your arm like this, with the yarn coming out, and then you can be knitting while you walk. Oh yes, oh yes. My friend James makes things. That's his actual Instagram. And he always has a bag on his arm, knitting or crocheting as he walks. Yeah. So these are great. These are great. And the price is great too. £16.99. It's really stylish. Remember, you've got that gorgeous long zip on the side for your knitting needles or something else. This could be a lunch bag quite easily. It could be any kind of project bag. But I do like the fact that you've got your little air hole there for your yarn to breathe. A gym bag, it's not a gym. I suppose you could put swimming kit in there. A little rolled up towel and a pair of trunks. A pair of trunks. I think that fabric's lovely. It's beautiful. Keep getting your messages in, won't you? I've all gone very quiet. Now, let's do the fabric. So Anna Maria, now she was Horner, but she's just changed her name. She's now Anna Maria Parry. So brand new from Anna Maria Parry. Now what Anna has done here is she's taken some of her most iconic prints, in particular the echinacea, which we all absolutely love, the echinacea. And she has created a palette range. And here it is. Look at this for a palette. It is absolutely stunning. It is stunning. Have a look. It's really lovely. Gorgeous. Now, I've kind of course, as I always do, have to spread it into some kind of rainbow, but it's not a rainbow. You've got these amazing kind of deep mulberry. There's your echinacea print. It's called Indelible, which I think is rather lovely. And you've got these kind of self-coloured florals, really, but with a little bit of kind of knitted texture in the background. Lilacs and pinks, really beautiful palette. There's that echinacea again. They really are beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Now, these are flying out. You're getting 7.5 metres in total, and 0.5 metre of that is for nothing. It's for free. So 127.35 is your price. Now, all of these fabrics are available individually, but I do think as a collection, they work extremely well. Extremely well. You could just use these to create your patchwork quilt or your bag. They would go beautifully. I mean, that one is absolutely stunning. Isn't that? I mean, I'd love a shirt in that. I'd love a shirt in that. It is absolutely... I've got a shirt in something quite similar, but I would definitely wear that. It's gorgeous. Morning, Vian. Thanks for your message on Facebook. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? That is beautiful. So you've got your palette collection. There are 15 different fabrics in it. And it has a gorgeous, it's bright, but it's also got some kind of slightly moodier elements. I love this really dark teal. I love this beautiful kind of mulberry juice colour. Absolutely gorgeous. You can really play. When you have the mega bundle, this is the joy of having the mega bundle, you can play with it. You can put it up against your fabrics. You can think, right, what do I have in these colours? You can, you know, really make a choice there. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And I like some of the self-coloured, like this, for example, the echinacea, where you've got that kind of orange on orange. You've got the kind of orange on orange colour tones. But then I also love where Anna's picked out a different contrast colour, you know, and that could really sort of set you off on a different path, you know, choosing maybe scraps or fabrics from your stash. It's a great starting point. Really lovely. I've been very excited about this launch because for me, the most important fabrics in my stash are those tonal fabrics that I can use like colouring pencils in my quilt, you know. If something's already multicoloured, it sort of is what it is for me, whereas these can be anything. Morning, Stuart. This collection has atmosphere. That is such a good way of putting it, Carol. I like that. How many different designs are there? Now, we're thinking 5, but I'm gonna pull them out into their respective. So there's echinacea. We're thinking 3. There's this large flower. Okay. There's the knitting, flowers with knitting. Right, sunflowers. Then there's a mini bloom here, all over bloom. And then there's the large sort of etched bloom. So 5 different designs, and you get 3 colours in each. The colours are awesome, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. And this one here, this is a really cool print. I'm going to open it. It's like tall vases of sunflowers on like a knitted background. Let's do them by the 0.5 metre. We'll start with this one. Gorgeous charcoal grey, £8.49. Remember, in the mega bundle, you are saving £8.49. You're saving the price of 0.5 metre. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. This would make the most amazing backing fabric for a quilt. It would be beautiful. I mean, the thing is, don't forget that the width of your fabric is sort of between 42, 44 inches wide. So actually, you could use that to back up to about a 40-inch wide quilt or wall hanging anyway. And you see, if you were doing something that was about 50 inches wide, I would just use a different fabric and put borders down the sides. You know, you could use a solid. It could be a solid. I think it's lovely. Should we go through them by design? Let's do them by design. Let's do this fabulous mustard gold next. I'll open it out so you can see each one. They really are cool fabrics. And the colour is stunning. Absolutely stunning. What would you make with that? I think borders would be lovely. Oh, a Roman blind. What a gorgeous idea. That colour's amazing, isn't it? Now, just be aware, we haven't got huge quantities of any of these. We're really actually limited on this, and it's a brand new launch, but we don't have loads. Of course, look at this for a pop of vibrant pink. That is amazing. A little bit Warhol. Yeah, I get that. That's stunning. That's absolutely stunning. Really interesting background as well. Stocking stitch. It's knitted. Well, it's not knitted, but it looks like it is. What about knitting bag. That would be so cool. Hot pink. Right, next up, let's do these etched. We'll do the teal first because, oh, that, I could just buy a whole bolt of that. Absolutely gorgeous. That's called Roses in Lines. And it's a black print on the teal background. Wouldn't that be lovely for dressmaking? Now, I'm thinking ahead to Katharine's waistcoat. And a waistcoat in that. Oh, that would be yummy. That would be lovely. Maybe with a black binding around the waistcoat. What do you think? What do you think? I'm just wondering, is Dan about? Dan! Lovely Dan, lovely Dan. I'm just wondering if Dan could grab me Katharine's pattern and I could have a little look at it just to see how much fabric you need. Because that would be stunning. Right, next up, I've got this gorgeous kind of leafy green with a lime print on it. Oh, lovely. 849.5 metre. Remember, this is cut to order. That would be, now hear me out on this, that would be the most amazing neutral or background colour for a quilt. Rather than using cream or ivory or white, use that with pinks and reds and, oh, amazing. That's the green. And then I've got like a really lovely soft sort of peachy pink. Isn't that pretty? Now, Anna Maria Parry is thought of, as sort of quite a modern fabric designer, modern quilt designer. I think that has got such a lot of modern vibe to it, but also it's absolutely got its roots in the past, hasn't it? And traditional textiles. So if you're more of a traditional fabric and quilt lover, I think these fabrics have still got an awful lot of mileage. For us, I do a lot of very traditional quilting. This is really appealing to me. Give it a go. Mix it with your more traditional fabrics. It will work. Right, so that's that design. Now, next up, I have to do my shirt fabric, my next shirt. This is beautiful. It's been really popular. It's been really popular. This has got that black background, and then it's kind of gold, but more warm than that. I'll show you the actual colour. Look, it's here. It's printed, so it's almost like a sort of putty brown, isn't it, really? Maybe a mink, yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Now, you say it looks almost Japanese. These fabrics are all printed in Japan. So maybe a little touch, a little influence there. Wouldn't actually something like a kimono style jacket, or again, the waistcoat. Is there anyone that could grab me the pattern, please? Thank you. Next up, I've got the green. Oh, yum! Oh, thanks, Dan. That green is a pop, isn't it? Brilliant, thank you. Thanks. I think back in the day, they would have called that poison green in Victorian times. It actually was then, that colour of green. I think it was originally made with arsenic, and it was used in everything, fabric, wallpapers, dyeing feathers, you name it, with arsenic, which then would leach out and kill people. Oh, I mean, the story of fabric and colour, this is obviously not. It's that colour, but it's amazing. So look, let me just have a quick look. Fabric requirements. Let's talk largest size. The long version, 2 meters. The medium version, 1.1. So we'd be 1.5 meters there. And the short, 0.8, so 1 meter. And that's for the largest size. The long is unlined, and you need a similar amount for the lining for the medium or the short. But you can also do patchwork version and use fat quarters. I'm just thinking that some of these fabrics would be amazing for Katharine's waistcoat. Right, that's that design. Next up, oh, one more, lilac. Pretty. That is really pretty. And this is called lilac. It's lovely, that, yeah, really pretty. 849.5 metre. I'm going to grab the echinacea next, because that is one of Anna's most recognisable prints. Let's do this. Look at that colour. Oh, it's like sunrise. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, so vibrant. Now, this is an echinacea. Actually, it's upside down. That's better. Sorry. Sorry, Anna. There we go. Now, I would use this on the back of a quilt as well as on the front, because I could use this to quilt from the back. Look, you've got a diamond crosshatch already marked for you. Don't bother with any marking, just follow the lines. Oh, cornerstones, cut out, beautiful. This is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. This is my, well, no, actually, this is my favourite print, but look how well they go together. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Need this, need this. Here we go, next up, this incredible, it's like blackberry juice. Anna's called it purple, or we've called it purple. It's probably us, really, isn't it? Blackberry juice. Or I remember when I was little trying to make a blackberry milkshake, and I literally just bashed up blackberries that I'd picked in milk. Yeah, they just kind of floated unappealingly, sort of bleeding into the milk. Really sour, horrible, you know. My mum then took me to one side and said, let's make a milkshake properly. I'll show you how. Not with blackberries, though. Blackberry would be lovely, but you'd have to cook it. You'd have to cook it. And then the last colourway in echinacea, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Orange on pink, yeah. Kind of sepia looking. Last colourway then, and then we'll go back to the big bundle. We've got this gorgeous smaller print. great for adding definition to a quilt block or a bag, texture, linings, pipings, trims. This is called Marigold and it's deep bluish green. Well, it's almost like Christmas tree green, isn't it? And this is where fabrics in your stash like this is so useful. Would you call this chartreuse? They're calling it marigold yellow. But I think this has got more of a green tinge to it. I'd call this chartreuse. It's lovely. And then the last one, oh, I could do a shirt in that. Do a shirt in that. Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? Right, the mega bundle. This is the best way to buy. It's been absolutely flying out. Just make sure you check out your basket, please. You've got those gorgeous, gorgeous pinks and lilacs and purples. You've got those gorgeous different greens and teals and chartreuse. You've got your golden and orange shades and your black and your grey. I mean, super yummy. If that came through my letterbox, it would be a happy day. Gorgeous. Right, that's that new from Anna Maria Parry. Right, next up, something a little bit different. We've got a reed diffuser called Desire Aroma in white tea. So you've got the bottle of fragrance oil with the little wooden cap, and then rather than reeds, you've got these rather lovely balls and flowers that go in the top and absorb the oil and scent your room. It's $7.99, which is a bargain. It's white tea. It's white tea, which is how I have mine. I do always have a reed diffuser in my sewing room, though. I do. Yeah, because I like it all lovely fresh and gorgeous smelling. Yeah. Tracy's message says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Have a fabulous day. Thank you, my love. You too. Right, next up, I've got a bath and shower set. Look at that. You wash yourself with a rose. I mean, how indulgent is that? I'm just bathing myself with a rose made of sponge. You've got in there, you've got shower gel, you've got body lotion, and you've got your velvet rose to actually wash yourself with. It's $8.99. It's very giftable. It's very giftable. It's a body puff. Gorgeous. Right. Back to sewing. Right, should we do panels? Right, let's do panels. We've got lots of lovely panels here. These are old favourites that have been reprinted. Let's start with KDUU20. Now, this one here is from the Natural History Collection, and it's a cushion. Or, actually, more like several cushions, because you've got your central image there, kind of Victorian sort of floral motif. $12.99 for this, amazing. You've got your 2 envelope backing pieces, and then you've got a third piece. Now, you could mix these up. You could use this for something else, but personally, what I would do with this is I would cut strips on the bias, sew them together, cover piping cord, and I would pipe the edges of this before adding the backing. And I think to be able to make a piped, beautiful quilted backed cushion for £12.99 is amazing value. Make sure you put some wadding or H640 or H630 or something like that on the back. Quilt this, even if it's simple cross-hatched lines. It wouldn't be a bad idea to quilt the backing as well, and the whole thing would just be lovely, and use that for covering piping cord to go around the edge. That'll look absolutely beautiful. Right, that's the first one. I've got all sorts coming up. AFUU19. So this is one of those fabulous panels that's got 40 5-inch squares printed on it. They all coordinate and they have a lovely gardening theme. Now, of course, this is the time of year we're all getting in our gardens more, or window boxes, planters, you name it. This is a bit Hampton Court, isn't it? You've got kind of lovely trees here, a wheelbarrow full of flowers. I love these tonal prints as well. Little vignettes that you could fussy cut. Janie Burnett Bleach is on air on Sunday. Now, she does a lot of collage, fabric collage. These would be ideal for doing things like that with. $14.99. You could just layer it, quilt it, turn it into a table runner. Right, next up, YEUU35. So this is another set of 40 5-inch squares. It's like a charm pack printed on a panel. This is much more kind of over-the-top, Victorian, floral kind of motifs. You've got some all-over patterns here. You've got some vignettes as well. This would be absolutely beautiful to work with. Now, like I say, you could just layer that, quilt between the lines or diagonally, not even cut it apart, and bind it. You could turn these into large placemats or large coasters or even small coasters. Lots you can do. Make a bag out of it. Right, STU. Oh, Stu. STUU60. Stu. Oh, this looks like an apron. This is an apron. Oh, I heard that. Look at that apron. That is lovely. That is lush. Now, hear me out. I would actually layer that with calico and quilt it. Because if you want a protective apron, quilt weight cotton will not do it on its own, okay? But if you layered that with a bit of H640, or a poly wadding would be fine, or a whatever wadding, quilt it with some calico on the back, and you could bind the edges, or you could bag it out. So calico on the front, sew around, leave a gap, turn it through, and then quilt it. That will be fine too. You've got pockets, you've got your ties. Instructions are included for $14.99. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. KMUU42. Right. Oh, I like this. So this is big fat quarters. Big fat quarters. Now, straight away, I'm thinking about a garden kneeler cushion and maybe a little tie around the waist mini apron with pockets. This is lush. Yeah, garden tool belt, you know. I mean, that one, such a classy looking fabric. Beautiful. Or you could make a set of 4 cushions. I'd back them with something else, pop a bit of decorative cord round the edge, and you've got some beautiful cushions. Beautiful cushions. $19.99 for those. Now, next up, YTUU70. This is also fat quarters. Different ones though. This is again that sort of beautifully colourful Victorian kind of thing. Look, luscious florals on pink, on black, on duck egg, and on pistachio, which should be pronounced, did you know, pistachio. Pistachio. I believe. You know, sometimes I order a latte at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I think I'm embarrassed to do it. You're not supposed to drink these things after 11, are you? Italians don't drink cappuccino, nothing with milk. No coffee with milk after 11 o'clock. Espresso. You don't? Oh, you see, you'd go down very well in Italy. I would fail because I like a milky coffee. That's just who I am. WGUU15. I'm sure cafes don't mind. This is like a jelly roll printed on a panel. These are 2.5-inch wide strips. And you can cut them apart, of course you can. But I think the nicest way to use this would be to do something like make a bag, okay, and just layer it, quilt it, okay, then cut out your bag pieces. It could be a rucksack, it could be a shopper bag, it could be toiletry or tool bags. I mean, there's loads you could do with this. It would also make a really nice wraparound apron, I think. Very nice, very nice. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really versatile. £19.99 for that. One more panel. FLUU 47. This again is a jelly roll style, 2.5-inch wide strips. And you get, I think, 18, am I right? I think you get 18. Yes, 18, but they're 55 inches long, so they're extra long. But look, you get all these lovely florals. Look, aren't they gorgeous? All these different colours. Love this one with the golden. Lovely. Beautiful. Now, if you missed some of our deals yesterday or missed out on these fabulous bags, don't you worry, because I've got them back. I'm going to grab them. I've only got 5 minutes, but I'm going to show you all of these. I'm amazed that we've got them left. So I'm going to start with my favourite, which is the project bag. This is... Oh, I nearly whizzed off then. There we go. Right, this was super popular yesterday, but if you missed out, or if you're thinking, why didn't I buy two? So look, you've got this fab bag. Now, I first thought, oh, lovely, little sort of, you know, slimline lunch bag. Not a bit of it. You've got a double zip that runs around. And then when you get inside, check this out. It's a project bag. So you've got 7 different pockets. Look at this. So you've got space, clear, single, zippered pocket. Clear again, and another. This is elastic with channels so you can keep tools. Double zippered clear pocket, and another. And then we're finishing with one large clear pocket. Absolutely superb for £25.99. Right, next up, Hexatui sewing kit. We thought, oh, lovely, £19.99, pretty little box. Look, inside you get all the notions included. Tape measure, you get pins, needles, you get embroidery scissors, thread, a needle threader and a seam ripper, and a lovely pin cushion in the centre for £18.49. Absolutely superb and gorgeous fabric as well. Next up, an individual project pouch. So you've got a clear zippered pocket there, so you can keep your EPP or your sock knitting or whatever you're working on, crocheted granny squares. £10.99 for this. And look, there's another pocket in the back. I don't think you could even buy the components and make it for £10.99. I think it's fab. Absolutely brilliant. Right, next up, a gorgeous sewing caddy. Okay, now this has got a gorgeous handle, magnetic lock on the front. It's all padded and beautiful, all upholstered. Inside, you've got pincushion, a double concertina pocket. You've got a clear plastic tray with dividers and then oodles of space inside. It's based on a traditional sewing caddy, but I think very smart, very stylish for £27.99. And then last up, now this is really styled as a sewing machine bag. So you could get a small sewing machine, something like an FS250 would fit in here. And it's got a nice hard base, it's got feet on the bottom, piping, you've got an external pocket, you've got pockets inside as well for things like manual, foot pedal, cable. But I've got to say, I think I would use this as a weekend bag. I think you could get weekends worth of clothes, you know, lovely stay in a Cotswolds hotel, glass of champagne on arrival, take me to my suite and don't disturb me before 7 o'clock. A cocktail before dinner, a little swim and a facial and I'm happy.
You knew one bag could give so much, dear.
Pardon me?
You knew that one bag could give you so much.
I know, I agree. It's quite amazing. You don't get those things with the bag, but it's a serving suggestion. I always like the frozen foods that on the front, it's literally that on a plate and it says serving suggestion. I think, what? Putting it on a plate is a serving suggestion? Really? Very, very cute this. This is half cross stitch. So, tent stitch, I would call that really, a half cross stitch. I'd call that a tent stitch, but it's printed canvas with your yarn included. It's brand new today. I'm just going to check. Yeah, I'll show you the contents. This is rather good. Oh, I think this has been played with by somebody. So you've got your yarns, got all your yarns, lots of beautiful colours. You've got your backing fabric with a zip already installed. Wowza! That's amazing. I wasn't expecting that. You've got a full colour chart, so you could reproduce this. But then, look, you've got your canvas and it's printed for £24.99. Now, I was looking at some other brand, I'll just say other brand, and they were, I think they were they're 174 or 194 pounds for a 16-inch cushion tapestry kit. This is 20. If you don't believe us, they were Elizabeth Bradley. I mean, they're lovely, they're beautiful, but eye-water. It's very expensive. This is £24.99, and you get your fabric for the backing with a zip already installed. I can't believe we've even got any of these left. I think that's amazing value. Wow. Now, talking of, have we even got any left for the show? Have we got any left of the Layer It Up waistcoat pattern? Okay. Wow, wow. I've already sold over 40% of the stock on. Now, you might think, is that about 20? Trust me, it's hundreds. It's hundreds. Some of the fabrics have already sold out as well. I wasn't joking earlier. It's ever so busy for Katharine Wright's brand new pattern. It's absolutely a romping home. Go and grab yourself a cuppa. Nice and milky as well. Before 11 o'clock, you're fine. And I'll see you after the break.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
That's my shocked face. I don't think I've ever started a dressmaking hour with a, we're almost sold out, you need to hurry up, otherwise we're going to have nothing left. 130 of you have got what remains of Katharine Wright's brand new pattern. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's the Layer It Up waistcoat. I love it. It's 3 different views. You get so much value in this pattern. I mean, I'm not at all surprised that loads of you have pre-ordered this and already checked out your baskets. But honestly, I've never started a dressmaking hour with so little. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Katharine Wright is here. Hello. Hello. Well, you must be thrilled.
I am thrilled.
Amazing reaction. You will have to come round.
Sorry.
There she is. There's Katharine. Hey.
Hello, hello.
Oh, Katharine, this is gorgeous.
I'm so glad you like it.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've got 3 different styles here.
Yes.
3 different views. We've
3
got
lengths,
the long.
3 long with an inset pocket.
That's lovely. So like an inseam pocket.
Yes.
Gorgeous. That's a nice sort of sleek, add a bit of extra grace and elegance to an outfit.
Yes.
Or a bit of extra warmth as well. Deliberately sleeveless. You've got a sleeve, not a jacket, but a waistcoat, a gilet.
Deliberately sleeveless. There's a lot of patchwork jackets out there.
Yes, there are.
However, I think they can often be quite boxy. When you make them and you put in that sleeve, you get so much bulk. They're thick and they're not always that comfortable. And then, although they look fabulous, they're also not that practical.
Yeah, you don't get that much wear out of them.
And you don't wear them that often.
No.
Whereas this is like a slip on over something just for that extra little layer of warmth.
Yep.
Job's a good one.
Totally. I've got so many gilets and waistcoats in my wardrobe that I wear around the house, around the farm, when I'm doing stuff. And also, you can carry on working, can't you? Your arms aren't encumbered.
Absolutely.
I think it's a real smart
comfy.
move. And also, as well, you can do patchwork versions. You could do strippy pieced.
Well, you can do anything with your patchwork.
Yeah.
I'd like to do a confetti quilted one.
Ooh, yes, please.
That's in my head, yes.
Or what about borrow or kawandi?
Yes. The world's your oyster with
It
the
really
patchwork.
is. I'm not kidding when I say you must check out your baskets really, really quickly or you're going to miss out. How many have I got in baskets now, please, Ben? Right, I have got 2 patterns left.
No.
Well, when everyone checks out their baskets, that's the reality. In fact, now I wouldn't even have that. Check out. Yes, now I've got way more in baskets than I've got available. There's still time to check out. It's a real quick process. And don't worry, if there's something that you see later that you want to buy, we only charge 1 postage all day. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. So don't hang on. We've got like about 40 more in baskets than we have available. We are heading towards completely selling out. There's about 70 of you with this in your basket who are going to miss out. Wow, so many in baskets. So many in baskets. I've got less than 100 physical patterns left, okay, and about 160 in baskets. So there's way, way oversubscribed, all right? Now, this comes in sizes 6 to 26, so you've got a fabulous range of sizes there. You can also make it in all sorts of lined or unlined, patchwork, whole cloth, add machine embroidery, hand embroidery.
Oh, you could get so creative with it. You can have such a lot of fun with it, can't you, really?
Absolutely. And there's no shaping that will disrupt your piecing. So if you're doing patchwork,
that's right.
There's no darts that are going to suddenly cut through the middle of a lovely bit of piecing. You've also got those kind of blank spaces that if you want to embellish with a plique or embroidery, you could, couldn't you?
You're giving me good ideas here, Stuart.
I mean, what a fun project to have in your...
Oh, they're ever such fun to make. They really are.
And could be a quick make if you do plain
Yeah,
fabric.
totally, totally.
Really lovely, so stylish. Now, I've got so 160 in baskets, and I've now got 84 patterns, physical patterns left. We're going to give you 30 seconds to check out. Are we going to take like a little break? Yeah, we're going to take a little break so you don't feel like you're missing out on anything, just to give you time to check out your baskets. 30 seconds, go, gadget.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Well done for checking out. I'm proud of you. Now let's talk about fabrics. Let's talk about fabrics. We've got some gorgeous fabrics in this hour. Oh, thanks, Catherine. We've already had a couple of sellouts. Where would you like to start, Ben? Let's do the denims because they're really cool. First off, this is a 1.5 metre bundle, which is enough to make the largest size and the longest length, I think.
2.
No, 2 metres for the longest.
But you can go up to a size 16.
Brilliant.
Or you can do the shorter versions.
This is lush, look at that. So this is a floral printed. This is ditzy floral. £11.49. That's not per metre. That's for a 1.5 metre bundle.
Wow.
Beautiful. Shirting weight. So this would be lovely to do as a patchwork version.
Yes.
What do you like to put inside your padded version?
Well, I've used 80/20. I did ask for the polyester you told me about that doesn't shrink, but they didn't have any. But,
Okay.
So something that doesn't shrink too much, I would say. Wadding-wise.
Pre-wash.
Well, it does tell you, and I've put in the pattern to pre-wash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pre-wash your wadding.
And something not too thick is my personal preference. You don't want to feel too kind of bulked up, do you?
No, no. Something like bamboo is nice and thin. Or a pure cotton.
Yes.
Yeah. Anything like that.
You could quilt that like a whole, like my one behind you, Stuart, like a whole quilt.
Yeah.
And that
Oh,
would be really
this is my favourite version, actually. And we'll get Catherine to put the different ones on. I thought this suited you so well. It looked lovely. Yeah, everything about it I think is gorgeous. Right, that's the ditzy floral. Next up, I've got the larger floral. I've not seen this before. I think it might be brand new. This is.
I really
Isn't
like
that
one.
gorgeous?
Yeah.
Isn't that gorgeous? And again, it's that sort of shirting weight. So it would be not bulky at all to layer and quilt. Absolutely lovely.
Really nice.
Yeah, I really like the texture in the background as well.
It doesn't look like denim, does it?
No, no, not at all. £11.49 for the bundle. That's 1.5 meters. Fab. Love that. Really, really busy. Now, I'm particularly in love with the stripy denim. Again, this is brand new. I'm going to start with the dark. Now, this is actually a 2, no, it's 1.5 again. I beg your pardon. How lovely is this, Catherine? I really, really want to get some of this and work with it. Isn't that lush? This is the dark, stripy, like, well, I'd call it a pinstripe. Yeah.
Really nice.
It is strobing. Sorry about that. It won't when you get it home. It's just the telly. But beautiful. £14.49. That's the dark. This is the medium. I'm going to keep the dark nearby so you can just see the contrast. Okay. Okay, there's the dark. This is the medium that we've got on air at the moment. Okay, and then this is the light. Now, just a thought. I think a rag quilt made of a mixture of dark, medium, and light.
Oh, lovely.
Just anyway, I mean, brilliant for the waistcoat. But isn't this cool?
Really nice.
Love this new fabric. Right, dark, medium, and light. There we go. That's that. Now, I've also got. A little bit wild. We've got the old leopard print.
But that'd be so funky for your lining.
Ah, Love it.
I do like a funky lining.
What about something like a plain black outer and a leopard lining? Lush. $14.99. That's for 2 meters. And this is a poplin. Is this 100% cotton? Perfect. What about backing? Again, just a backing bundle. 2 meters. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ben, can you just do a quick check for me? Do I have any of Catherine's waistcoat pattern left? I need to put me out of my misery and Catherine, and how many have I got left?
Oh, no.
27. I've got 27 patterns left. There's over 140 of you with it in your basket. There's 26 left now. Make that 25. Okay, just wanted to let you know that there are a few left, but it is going to sell out. But don't feel like you've missed out. At this point, you have not missed out. There is still time, if you're quick, to check out on the Layer It Up waistcoat. Remember, it's sizes 6 to 26, 3 different views, a short, a midi, and a maxi length. Easy to make as well.
Oh, ever so easy.
Ever so easy. Right, now next up, I've got some, we call it cable knit. It's beautiful. It looks like it's been cable knitted, but it's a fabric. I'm going to start with the teal because I think that's just absolutely gorgeous. Great colour. This is the cable. So you can see there, you've got that lovely cable style in the fabric. It's got give.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's
I would
very
call it
nice
give.
to sew with.
Stable.
Very nice, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Yes, if you've not worked with jersey and you're not sure, it's a good one to start with because it isn't too floppy.
No.
And it isn't too wibbly wobbly. It doesn't curl up at the edges.
It's just got ease to it, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
it's nice.
No, absolutely. The edges are totally flat where it's been cut. There's no curling that you might expect with something like a jersey. So, yeah, I agree with you. If you've never used a knit fabric before, this is a brilliant one, isn't it? And it's a 2 metre bundle, which means if you're making a smaller size or a shorter length, you might have some left, but it's ideal for making scarves, little mitts, hats, all sorts of accessories as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I'd be wanting leftovers. That's the teal. $18.99 for 2 meters. It's a very, very affordable fabric, this. Right, that's that. I've got like a polar sort of winter white. We've called it ivory. I would call it winter white because I'm an old romantic. This is beautiful. This would be my choice, definitely. I think that's stunning. I think that looks really classy.
Yeah, if you know, with like a black polo neck underneath.
Exactly.
winter.
It's a nice day for a white waistcoat. Love it. $18.90. I can't believe the price.
It's amazing. That's such good value.
I can't believe the price. That used to be a discussion, didn't it? A lot of dressmakers would say, well, you can't really make your own because by the time you bought the fabric, it's, well, $18.99.
That's not the case anymore.
It's
If
not,
you go, gosh, well, I don't go shopping very often, but I can't believe the prices of some clothes in the shop.
Amazing.
And I think you can make your own for better value these days.
Now, I said that the polar white was my favourite, but now I've seen this one and I think, oh gosh, I could wear that every single day.
So that's the one that's on the front of the pattern as well.
That's lovely. Now, we've called that grey, but would you say that that was more of a brownie grey?
Well, I think it's grey.
Do you?
Yeah.
Does that look grey to you? Yeah.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Yeah.
Can you see a bit of brown in that? Little bit. Well, I like that though because it's more versatile to me. Because I'd wear it with black, but I'd wear it with brown, I'd wear it with tan, and yum, $18.99. See, I'm just making up prices because I think it should be more. $18.99 for 2 meters. And then the last one, wine, mauve. Oh, yes. Now, look, that's the inside. This is the, that's lovely.
I'd call that dusky pink.
Dusky pink, dusky rose.
Well, they've called it mauve. But it's pretty.
That's lovely. Really, really gorgeous. Now, I do have some patchworky bundles as well, but we'll leave those for now. I think it's high time we jumped in and saw a little bit of how to make your gorgeous mare. We'll put the pattern back on, but oh no, it's sold out. Well done, congratulations,
Thank you so
Katharine.
much.
Just sell out. We're 19 minutes in. Is that a record?
I think it might be.
Right, well, we'll have to hang up our boots then. No. Show us how to do it, please.
Okie
Katharine,
dokie.
that'd be lovely.
So I got sent a lovely patchwork bundle, and I've already put the patchwork together. I sort of did that bit. Now, if you haven't ever done patchwork before, though, the instructions tell you how to. I've included that in the pattern because
I like that.
You know, dressmakers haven't necessarily done patchwork, and patchworkers haven't necessarily done dressmaking, and this is for everybody. It combines my two favourite things, dressmaking and patchwork.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But you're not assuming knowledge for either discipline.
No. I aim my patterns at everybody, including beginners. They're very beginner friendly, so I always want to put all the information in so that everybody can do it. So it tells you how to make your patchwork, how to cut your squares, all that kind of thing. And obviously, if you know what you're doing, it's just got in there what sizes you need to make. What I recommend is that you make your fabric pieces and quilt it before you cut them out into the shapes that you want.
100%.
Yes. Well, not all patterns tell you to do that for patchwork garments, and I disagree with that because, again, if you quilt something, it's going to might shrink down a bit, and then suddenly it's not going to be the size that you want it to be. So you can make up your patchwork. You can plan out your pattern then if you want to. So if you're my very first one that I made. From a lovely Janet Clare fabric. I bought this at the Festival of Quilts last year because I'm always opposite her.
One of my favourite ranges she's ever done.
And you can see that I've gone fairly random. There's not really a plan with it. But this one, I did try and make it. So you can
it's
see,
symmetrical.
Symmetrical. So you can plan that out as you're making the patchwork, you see. Quilt it however you like. So that one I've done narrow line.
I'm going to grab this one. I know I've said it already, but this is my favourite. And I love how you've quilted it. Lines about 1/2 inch apart, vertical. Again, it's just that little bit of extra styling, just the whole thing.
Do you want to know, would you like to know a secret?
Go on.
So I started this and I thought, yeah, I can do this. I don't need to mark it out.
Oh, right.
Yeah. About 20 centimetres in, I went, oh, this is rubbish. And I had to unpick the lot and start again and mark it out.
Worth it, though.
It was worth
Finished
it.
waistcoats.
It was worth
Yeah,
it, absolutely.
gorgeous.
So that one I did straight line. This one I've done a grid, a diagonal grid. This one I've done a grid. This one I've used the nice little, if I show you the back, you'll see it better, the sort of wavy line patterns you get on your machine. So you can quilt it however you like. And then when you've got it quilted, then I will let you cut your pieces out. Now, what you've got to remember, this is why I've only cut out one, is that with your fronts, because you've made two separate pieces, you've got to flip a pattern piece. We don't want to have two lefts or two rights.
No.
You're going to be very upset if that
would be
happens.
wrong.
Yes. And also, so if you have done it a little bit symmetrically and you're aiming to make that match, you want to line up your pattern so it's going to match. The other thing to think about is if you want your patchwork at the sides, now it's not necessarily going to match the pattern, but you want your lines to go across because it'll annoy you if you've got that sitting out. And when you do it first, you don't think about it until you put it together and you go, oh, that didn't work. So just think about
Fair
that
warning.
as you cut it out. So I've pinned that one on and we will cut this one out. I've got it ready. Now you can see I've got that folded up, so they're your different lengths. And you don't need to cut, don't think, oh, I've got to spoil my pattern and cut it off. You can just fold it out the way.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And you don't have to spend time, tracing it. I can never be bothered to trace the pattern.
Agreed.
So we will cut this out nice and carefully.
Don't be throwing away those bits of patchwork, will you? I know Katharine won't, but I just mean generally. Deputy Jones just done a patchwork bag for
Right.
me for the Tilda launch, and her offcuts, she's done quilt as you go with them to create another bag.
Oh, cool.
So she's added strips in between, because I've
Cool.
always thought, oh, if it's already layered and quilted, you can't really use your scraps, but you can if you join them with quilt as you go strips.
Oh, Stuart,
She's
now that gives me,
clever.
you know, more possible things.
I'm just giving you homework. I'm chuffed to bits, Catherine, for you that you've had a sellout so quickly.
It's fantastic.
It's
Thank you
wonderful.
all so much. I hope you love it. I love it. I've worn this loads, I have to say.
Festival of Quilts. I think we'll be seeing lots of
Oh,
Katharine
yes.
Wright waistcoats.
Yes, make it and then you can come and show me.
You're going to be there every day.
I will. I've got my
Awesome.
lovely little son. I'll do what I did last year, which is if you come and show me things that you've made that are my patterns, you'll get a little gift.
Really?
Yes, I did that last year. It was so nice because everybody then comes and shows me all the bags and the garments and
Oh,
things that
that's
they've made. And it's so
lovely.
nice to see them made up because you don't tend to otherwise, do you?
That is lovely.
So there you go. There's your challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you've put your lining on the back, so there isn't a separate lining.
No, not for the patchwork version. Again, if you look inside, or if you look inside
Yep.
this one, I have bound the seams
Oh yeah.
so that it's beautiful and neat on the inside.
That is lovely. That is lovely. So it's completely flat. Gorgeous. That's a beautiful finish inside. You see, people often say to me, oh, what's the best project? I've never done patchwork before. Where could I learn all the skills to make a patchwork quilt?
You can learn
Actually,
it on this.
this.
Yes, because I'm going to show you how to bind your pocket edges. So this is the hip length one. So this has your nice little patch pocket like this, but we've got
Such
to
a nice shape.
bind the. Do you know what? They're lovely and deep. You can get all sorts in them. So we're going to bind this edge, and it's pretty much the same as you would a quilt.
Yep.
So I have cut, so from the bundle, there was this lovely like yellowy one, which I decided actually made a great contrast. So I cut out of all the other colours, and then I'm using this one as my binding because it sort of just gives it a little pop.
Yeah, lovely. You
So-
cut that one back. You didn't include that in your piecing. though?
No, I didn't. And this is a size 16. I just managed to make it all fit,
Cool.
yes. So what you're going to do, so this is 2-inch wide. You can use ready-made if you want to, or you can make your own. I haven't cut it on the bias. You can get away without it, so it's more fabric saving. And we are going to start off with the raw edges to the raw edge of your pocket. And it's on the right side. So when you get to a corner like this, you are going to fold it like you would a quilt. Fold it up and back on itself.
And it's just sort of a little pleat, isn't it, when you're going around something that's not quite 90
Absolutely.
degrees?
Just a little pleat. And then
If
you're
you want
gonna
the
take it
fabric
round
bundle,
curve.
by the way, that Catherine's using, the details are on screen. You get all these lovely fat quarters, okay? They are beautiful, such a gorgeous selection. You're actually getting 7 fat quarters there. Beautiful array. And then you're also getting 2 meters of cream, I think this is. Vanilla, beg your pardon, vanilla, which is for your lining. And I just think that's gorgeous. Whether you're making a patchwork waistcoat, you might be stashing this. $39.99. The pattern isn't included, by the way. You would need to buy the pattern separately, and that has sold out. When can we have more of the pattern, please, Catherine? Or is that it forever?
Well, no, I shall have to get back onto my printers.
Okay, well, I'm being told expect an email. We want you back
my
as soon as
printers like me.
possible. Great.
I'll just trim that off at the end. Okay.
We were talking yesterday, though, about how how wonderful our viewers support independent designers and retailers, and it's really special. And actually, my guest yesterday said, but also as well, I'm supporting my local printer.
Well, that's true. It's a little family business that I use. They're actually up in Yorkshire, but it's a small family business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ticks lots of boxes.
Yeah,
great, it's wonderful.
Absolutely. And even things like the lady who's my graphic designer is a small business. The lady who's my photographer is a small business. Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Okay, so we're going to sew this on with a 1/4 inch seam.
So that's through all the layers,
This
2
is
layers
through
of binding.
all the layers, absolutely. Oh, gone slow. There we go. That sounds clunky,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It was fine earlier. Let's just...
Is your needle okay?
Let's have another. That sounds better.
Ah, good. So you get attuned to your sewing machine, don't you?
Yes, you can just hear. I get, like at the craft centre, obviously there's like sometimes 8 going at once.
Yeah.
And I'll hear a noise and I'll be like, what's wrong with this one?
Yeah. You recognised your baby's cry. You just know. I know when my long arms run out of bobbin. Because the sound changes. It'll carry on stitching, but I can hear the sound changes.
I take it you'll be at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, I will, Catherine. I'm there every day again. I've got my own stand. And I'm going to be launching my brand new book. But also Sewing Street are there every single day too.
Oh, it's such a nice show. It's my favourite show.
Fabulous. Yeah, it's fabulous.
That.
And I always find lots of other things to buy as well.
Yeah.
Which is gorgeous. And it's wonderful. The best bit though is seeing friends. It's so wonderful that so many of you come along to Festival of Quilts. We have our annual catch-ups every year. It's wonderful. I see people there that I've been seeing for years. It's fab. And also I get to meet people that I've never met before. And often it's people who regularly email into the shows and we meet and we chat. It's just gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
It is. Right, so we've put that on like that. I've just realised I haven't got the iron out.
Oh, do you want me to do that while you...
I was all too excited.
I'll come and do that for you. You carry on.
Can't do dressmaking without an iron. So this is going to, and I've managed to catch my thing in. I'm a bit overwhelmed, is what it is.
Oh.
That's it. Catch my corner. So then you're going to press this away.
On a 3? On a maximum?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do all my ironing on the maximum.
Perfect.
I iron like I cook, quickly and as hot as possible.
All the presenters are going to be at Festival, by the way. John's going to be popping in, Vix, I believe, and Bex as well. I hope Hayley's going to be there as well. I bet she will. So, yeah.
It's such a nice show, isn't it? So then this is coming over to the wrong side. You see, even that looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It looks absolutely
Even that looks
smashing.
nice. We haven't got all our screens, Stuart. I can't see.
I know, it's a bit weird, isn't it? We've got 2 of our preview screens that are out of action at the moment. That looks very smart.
Yeah, so that looks nice. Now, I would hand stitch this.
Yes.
To make it beautiful.
Yes.
You can machine it, but you just might not get it quite as beautiful, is all I'm saying. So I'll leave that choice up to you. It does tell you in the instructions both methods.
I'm a big fan now, Catherine, of the 505 glue stick for binding.
Not tried it, but
so at this point, run that line of glue around.
That is a nice idea.
Iron it to set it.
Yeah.
And then obviously you can still hand stitch through that, or you could top stitch from the right side. And what I would do, because it's a fairly narrow binding, is rather than stitching in the ditch, which is where I normally would from the front, I would actually stitch just inside the binding on the front.
Yes.
And that will definitely catch
the
binding at the back.
So It's going to go on.
I think that looks
See, that's going to go
smashing.
on like that. I'm not going to stand and hand stitch it now, but I would hand stitch that. I think it gives it a really, really nice finish.
Totally agree.
If you do want to machine stitch it, what I actually recommend in the book, in the instructions, is that you actually do it the opposite way round. That you start on the wrong side, and you flip it over to the right, and then you do your top stitching in place, because then you get it really neat and where you want it. Okay,
That's
so
the best tip.
that then goes on here when you've got your pockets ready, and we're just going to tack it in place along the front edge and the bottom edge.
Sue sent a really cute message on Facebook. She says, oh dear, I thought that hearing the changes when the bobbin is low or runs out in my machine was my superpower. I'm a bit sad now that lots of others can do it too. We've all got special powers.
Takes years of practice as well. I think only the experts.
And if you can hear when your needle needs changing too, can't
Yes,
you?
you
If it
can.
starts popping.
Right, so I'm just going to put the machine on a bigger stitch, and we'll just tack that in place.
So you're basting that in place along the side?
I am, yes. So this is all going to get caught in when you bind it. So you're just tacking it in place to hold it.
Don't forget to get your messages in for Catherine if you've got any questions, or you want to send congratulations to Catherine for a sellout in record time. Do get your messages in. studio@sewingstreet.com is our email, or you can message the studio via our webpage, or you can message on Facebook. We're ready to receive your messages.
So if you imagine I've put both pockets on there, I'll come back and do it later, because we will. This is lovely. We're going to finish this one. So then it's right sides together. See, it's such an easy make.
It's good to know, though, because if you've never dressmade before, ideal.
Absolutely.
And if you've never patchworked before, brilliant first make.
And I actually think I really, really like patchwork garments. I think there's so many beautiful fabrics. And if you've got you've bought yourself like a stack of fat quarters that you really love, and maybe you've got them and you think, well, I'm never going to make a king size quilt. But if you make them into this, you get to wear it all the time and really enjoy the fabric.
Absolutely. And also, I'm a put on an extra layer kind of guy. I don't always reach for the thermostat. I'm much more inclined to pop on an extra layer or take one off if I get too warm. And that's good for us. It's good for our bills and things like that. These little layering garments.
Well, I'm always cold, so I'm always got lots of layers on. And also, because when especially the hip one, you should keep your kidneys warm. It keeps.
Really?
Yes. Why? It makes your life longer. It's good for you.
Oh.
Yeah, I used to have a lot of acupuncture, and my acupuncturist said to me, if you have cold kidneys, it takes years off your life.
This is fascinating.
I know. So keeping that bit of your lower back warm
is
good for you.
Somebody get me a wheat pack quick.
So I always wear my best.
Oh, interesting. I had acupuncture years ago. I thought it was brilliant.
I love acupuncture.
I loved it.
I had it all through my pregnancies. Found it very good.
Did you? And I had the one where they light them as well.
Yes.
Yes.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Warm kidneys. Well, that's breakfast sorted.
There we go. See, you don't just learn about sewing on this channel, do you?
Oh, Laurie. Now, I was going to mention Laurie earlier on, actually, because Laurie is one of the first of our viewers and our friends who I met at a show, actually, and it was an absolute delight. I think it was at Ali Pally, wasn't it, Laurie? Anyway, she's messaged in and says, "Hi, Catherine. Lovely to see you. Great pattern. Would it be possible," this is such a good question, "would it be possible to make it reversible?"
Yes. I think so. Well, what you're going to find...
it almost is, isn't it?
It almost is. It almost is.
Because if I turn this version the other way out,
yes,
I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't wear that. Look, that's the inside.
You might change how you do ties.
You might change how you put these on. Yeah,
you don't have to put them on at all.
Okay.
So how I've done it is that I have bound my seams, and fairly neatly and invisibly.
Beautifully.
So I think that you could, yes. It's not truly, truly reversible, but there's nothing to stop you. If you wanted to put pockets on the inside, you could put extra pockets.
Why isn't it truly? Oh, because of the pockets.
Because of the pockets and because of the bound seams. If you wanted to make it truly reversible, I'm just thinking, you've almost got to do it like Quilt As You Go, on those side seams and shoulder seams, and then you could, couldn't you?
I mean, I think it's there enough for me. I'd turn that the other way around. Brilliant question, Laurie. Thank you for that. Liz says, I'm going to be sorting out my fabric ready for the pattern arriving. I have some Indian, is it Gota satin? That sounds stunning. That will make a beautiful short waistcoat. Oh, that's fabulous. Viv says, morning, Stuart and Catherine. I'm just getting over a major op. Sending you a lot of love for that. So I missed the start. I was sleeping. I don't blame you. Can you still get the pattern, please? Viv, you can't at the moment. It has sold out, but we're going to beg, whatever we have to do, Catherine, to get some, and you have to get them printed, don't you?
Yes, yes.
So it might be a few weeks.
Yes, yes.
But we will get it back.
But we will do our best, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the shoulder and side seams you're putting together with a 1 centimetre seam.
Okay. Oh, the gallery are in a silly mood today, Catherine. They're making sewing machine noises in my ear.
Well, Jen in the gallery is going to be very pleased because she thought that this waistcoat would do well.
She did. Jen
she's
was
been
in
championing
love with
it.
Yes.
So I'm very pleased that she's right.
Oh, me too. It's fab. Jen said working with you is fantastic.
Oh, thank you, Jen.
And Ben just went, num, 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 num. That's his sewing machine noise, Catherine.
Okay.
I know, I know. If you've ever wondered why I fiddle with my ears, because I'm taking it out so I don't have to listen to them. This waistcoat could be like, I mean, not genuinely, but almost like cost nothing. If you went to your scrap box, I mean, you mentioned confetti or what's the other? Crumb piecing. Can you imagine?
Well, you know I like a bit of crumb piecing.
And you totally turned me on to that as well, with the little thin strips in between.
Yeah.
But you could also patch the lining, couldn't you? There's no reason why the lining can't be pieces patched together.
No, none whatsoever.
The wadding could be pieces.
You can, yeah, you can join your wadding inside. No one's going to know.
No.
No, I mean, it could be a very sustainable garment.
For sure. And of course, you can also do patchwork with other non-quilt cotton fabrics. We know this, don't we, really? But, you know, it could be denim offcuts, it could be dressmaking offcuts.
There's a lot of opportunity to be creative with this,
Totally.
which I think is really nice, actually.
Yeah. The fact that it's on wadding, you could even do sort of stitch and flip onto your wadding. Just make sure it's oversized and then cut it down with the pattern pieces so that you could use fabrics even that had a bit of stretch in some of them. The wadding would stabilize them.
Okay,
I think now, Catherine, every time you come on, a different waistcoat.
So there you can see we've got our shoulders and side seams together.
Yep.
So that's goes together very nice and quickly. So then at this point, this is when I would bind my seams. Now I'm going to do it with this one because this is what I've got cut. But you can make it match. So it's really the same idea as you're binding your edges, but you're going to line up an edge with your raw edges of your seam. You're going to stitch along the same seam line to hold it in place.
So you're sewing through all the layers?
Yes.
Yeah. Viv's got plans for when the pattern is back in stock. She says, I'm thinking about using my Japanese fat quarter bundles.
Those like indigo colours.
That would be amazing. Or like the Japanese florals with the gold print and things like that. That could be really cool.
We're all going to have waistcoat envy.
I know.
Aren't we?
Well, I'm also thinking sashko.
Yes.
Well, you could do denim and then add a bit of sashko stitching.
Yes.
Couldn't you? A bit of hand stitching.
There's no bad options. If you feel that your seam's a little bit bulky, we can trim down one side of it just to reduce the bulk. Because obviously you've got, you know, 4 layers of cotton and 2 bits of wadding.
True.
But you only need to really trim down one side. If you cut down both sides, all you're doing is making a smaller, bulky thing.
Yes.
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 Whereas if you trim down one side, then that's reducing it. We're going to give it all a very good press.
That colour combination is beautiful.
It's nice, isn't it?
Really lovely.
Okay, good old press. And then this piece that you've put on here, we're going to do this. Then we're going to tuck under the raw edge. And again, I mean, I could trim it smaller really. And I'd hand stitch that in place.
Yes. So that's a single fabric binding, is it? Single fold?
Yes, it is, yes.
Single layer of fabric. Because I was looking at the inside thinking, how have you got this so beautifully flat? I've done bound seams, but where they're sort of bound almost like a quilt. But that can be bulky, whereas this is very flat and discreet.
It's flattened it down, and obviously if you use the same colour, it then makes it almost hidden, absolutely.
Yeah, that's how you'd get your reversible.
Yeah, so that's how you're going to bind your seams. So you're going to do that on your shoulder seams and on your side seams, making it look beautiful and neat.
Got it, yeah.
And then when you've done that, all you've got to do, I mean, there's a lot of binding, but it's well worth it. It just makes it look lovely.
Yeah.
So you're going to do exactly the same. We go all the way around our neck edge and we go around our armholes.
Perfect.
And then you're going to get this lovely, nice. And I think it looks nice as a contrast, but of course you can do it whatever colour you like, can't you? Going over like that.
I think
So
it's
I'll start.
stunning, beautiful. It's been an absolute smash hit, Catherine. Congratulations. Fiona says, could this pattern be unisex? I'm going to raise my hand and say, absolutely.
I don't see why not.
I think that made in something like a boiled wool,
Yeah.
you wouldn't even, I don't think necessarily you would even need to bind it.
No, probably not.
I think that could be lovely.
Yeah.
Or you could bind it in like
I mean,
a faux suede. Imagine navy blue boiled wool with a faux suede binding, like a chocolate brown. I'd wear that in a heartbeat.
Because this little one, this one's like a needle cord, which, you know, that's a very unisex fabric. And if you went, you don't, obviously, I wouldn't put the ties on it for a man. I'd just have it like that.
Yeah.
It's a little bit country music.
It is. Or you could even put, you know, there you can get like sort of toggles or something like that.
Yes.
Frogging.
Yes.
Anything like that.
Yes. I mean, you've got options with the closure. Absolutely. You can, you know, leave it none at all, do some little buttons, do ties like I've done. Again, it tells you, gives you different ideas.
I really
but
like it.
you can add your own ideas, which is great.
Well, that's the challenge, isn't it? Now, let me just remind you, if you have made something of Catherine's from one of her patterns, take it along to Festival of Quilts, visit her on her stand. You'll get a little prize.
It's true. I usually have a nice little goodie bag.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Let me see what I can make of yours. You don't have to say that twice. Viv asks, can it be made longer? I mean, you've got 3 lengths, haven't you?
You can, and it so on the back of the pattern, it gives you your finish length for the back, longest one. So the best thing to do is measure from the nape of your neck down to see how long that is going to be. And then it does tell you on the bottom of the piece where to shorten or lengthen it.
Fab.
Yeah, so
if you're particularly tall...
If you're very tall, so that version 2, it tells you to lengthen it there. Obviously, you can lengthen at the bottom if you want to. On that red one, I actually shorten it a little bit for me because I'm not very tall. So, yes, you've got your options there to do that.
Fair enough, thank you.
Like.
Now, we have got some fabric bundle options that I just want to go through with you. We'll start with the one that Catherine's been using. That's this gorgeous pinks and oranges. Fat quarters, you get 7 of them. You've also got 2 meters of vanilla cotton solid for your lining, okay? So half the stock's gone. $39.99, absolutely ideal. I'm going to take the pattern out of the way. You don't get the pattern included. You would need to have the pattern already. But equally, you might be buying this thinking patchwork quilt. Or make your patchwork in advance, waiting for the pattern to come in. Because it will be back in stock soon. Okay, that's that one. Next up, all the blues. So here you've got 2 meters of stripy navy and white stripe. That is absolutely gorgeous. Hello, Sailor. And then you've got a gorgeous blue selection. Oh, there's a little bit of hajime there. Very nice. 7 fat quarters plus your 2 meters of navy and white stripe for $39.99. Very lovely. Very lovely. That's that. And then the third option is on safari.
Cool.
So you've got like a khaki. And then here are your fat quarters. We've got little, are they cheetahs, I think? And leaves. A little bit floral.
Oh, that's pretty.
A little bit of liberty. That is gorgeous.
That's actually really pretty.
It's good for you, isn't it? $37.99 for that one. Lots of fabric there. You've got almost 4 meters of fabric in total there. Just shy. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, don't forget, we have got those beautiful cable knit fabric bundles. $18.99 a piece. We've got teal, we've got a gorgeous dusky rose, we've got that creamy white, and we've got the grey / is it sort of maybe slightly browny. We've got some bias bindings if you want. We've got very, very limited stocks of those. We've also got those fabulous new printed denims, the stripy and the florals, lots to have a look for. Now, you have absolutely blown up the website. Well done on selling out. Absolutely fantastic. We're going to take a slightly longer than normal break, but when we come back, we will be back very, very shortly with the fabulous and effervescent Jane Greenoff. We're having an hour and a half. That's an order, Jane. Effervescence. I want effervescence. With gorgeous brand new cross-stitch projects. Don't go anywhere.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back. I didn't think we were ever coming back then.
Yeah, we were going to the pub. Morning, everyone. Morning.
Jane Greenoff, everybody. She needs no introduction, literally. How are you?
All right. Well, actually, I'm fine. But if I start to tear,
right?
Yes, it's simply that I have a leaking left eye.
Oh.
I explained to someone the other day. It's all those keyholes I used to look through. It needs doing, and I can't face it at the moment. But if I start sobbing, don't take any notice.
We'll distract you. You're not upset.
I'm not upset
They could
in any
be
way.
tears of joy. Who
yeah,
knows?
That's what it is. Tears of joy.
We're going to jump straight in with brand new from Jane Greenoff. It is the Cross Stitch Guild Little Greenhouse Pincushion on Ada. It's available on linen too, but we'll start on Ada. This is $14.99. It is super cute. It is 360 degrees of fabulous delight. This is cute, Jane.
So this all started, we've been doing the houses. I'm just going to grab a house.
Yeah, do.
So it's now the greenhouse that belongs to the Georgian one. So the size had to be different. Otherwise, we were going to have, a gigantic sort of greenhouse.
Exactly.
So there you are. Pop
that is stunning, absolutely beautiful.
This month's house is a greenhouse.
I mean, perfect time of year for it as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Laden with pots and plants, all are growing. It's fab. And so much fun to make something away from, a picture, a framed, which are lovely, but nice to have a change.
Nice, you don't have to frame it, isn't it? I do like making things that you can use. My work table is covered in those things, pincushions, needle books, all sorts of things that you can actually use.
What have you stuffed with this?
This is dry rice and lavender. My choice. But dry. You could use polyester wadding for this, but there's no doubt they sit with a nice thump if you've got something heavy in it. So the dry rice is very good. And as I said, the pins just pop in easily. And we never put pins in our mouths, obviously, because it's disgusting. But should you do that, the rice helps to take the moisture away from your pins.
Oh, right, okay.
Because they sometimes put rice in salt cellars.
Yes.
To keep them from getting damp.
Yes.
So, yeah. So there you
Brilliant.
are.
It's absolutely gorgeous. In the kit, which is flying out, over half the stock has gone. This is the Ada version. You get everything in there that you need. Oh, this is stuck together with elephant spit, isn't it?
Yes, I will.
Disgusting. I'll let you do the honours.
This is historic because when we used to do our kits into the shops, people would take the things out. You know, things would be pinched.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I get this out really carefully so we don't spoil the packaging.
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go.
But absolutely everything in there. So you've got all of your beautiful quality embroidery threads. You've got your needle, John James, OBS, go for quality.
Absolutely.
You've got your piece of Ada, smashing. You've got your card for sorting your threads. It's little details like this that keep customers coming back time and time again for your kits, isn't it? And then another thing I absolutely love, look, you've got black and white symbols and full colour. So whichever your bag is, and actually for me it's a combination of the two.
Yes, yes.
It's a combination of the two.
This is lovely because you can see what you're going to get. You sort of can, if you can't visualise it. I am strange in that I can design using symbols.
Where you were going there. I thought you were just going to say, I am strange. Just leave it at that.
Oh, yes, I am strange. The thing that I discovered that I had was the ability, because long before colour printers and computer design, everything I designed was designed with a pen on graph paper.
Oh, was it?
A rotoring pen, fine rotoring pen, graph paper, Tipp-Ex, scissors and glue so you could cover mistakes up. It was pretty.
Long-winded.
Yes, it was tough actually, looking back. Anyway, I designed using symbols and I could visualise what it was going to look like because I had this kink, I think. Obviously, a lot of people don't have it. I mean, I can remember a colour if I want to go out to buy thread or a trimming for a garment. I don't need the garment with me. I can almost always get it right.
Just know the colour.
I know the colour. It's a bit sad, really.
No, it's an amazing skill to have.
It is a useful skill. When you start describing your paint colours by the Madeira shade chart, you know you need to get out more. Anyway, there you are. That's it. So
you've done your time with this. It's not surprising you've got these skills. How long have you been designing?
40 years. You know, it's 80, actually 42 years. Isn't it? Are we 25? We are, aren't we?
Don't. I have to keep reminding myself that 1999 was not about 7 years ago.
Do you know,
because in my head it was.
I had a birthday card. I was 75 last week.
Stop it, I won't believe it.
I know. Anyway, was. And one of my birthday cards said, I thought I'd just tell you, the 90s were 30 years ago. I'm going to let that just sink in.
Rude.
How rude was that? Anyway, sorry. So don't panic when you see the size of the chart and the fabric. This dimension is directly related to how many stitches there are to an inch. And you can tell if you look at this little chap. That's just there. And he will be in the middle of that. So there you are. You've got a colour and black and white. Some stitchers like to colour in where they've been. With a pencil or a highlighter so you can see what you're doing and where, if the phone rings when you're busy. And you're going to start in the middle. I don't think it's necessary with something of this size to actually do tacking unless you want to. A good finger press will tell you where the middle is.
Otherwise, what do you mean by tacking?
Well, on a bigger project, like some of the things I'm going to show you, to find the centre of the fabric, you do the folding and the ironing, but I would run a tacking line under and over 2. And then when you're counting from the middle out, you can count very simply on the tacking lines. And then you just pull that out when the stitching's finished.
That's a great tip. Right, we'll move on to linen. The Ada is fast approaching limited stock, by the way. You do get a little free pattern in there, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Very nice, very nice. Right, we'll do linen next. Now, linen is what the original sample's made from. This is still an even weave fabric.
That's right.
And really easy to work with.
Yes. The thing with even weave to remember is that it doesn't mean it doesn't have lumps and bumps in it, because linen does tend to have lumps and bumps. What it means is if you put a ruler on the fabric, Ada or linen, and you count from left to right, say, with a tape measure, the same number of stitches will go in that shape each time. So, and it would do the same top to bottom and left to right. So you get square stitches, is what it's meant to do. So a 14 is the same as a 28 even weave. All right?
Perfect, perfect. Thanks for that explanation. Beautiful to stitch on, and nothing scary about it.
Nope.
I think a lot of people are a bit sort of scared of working on linen, aren't
Do you know
they?
what I think sometimes happens to people, and that is that they are given a kit or buy a kit in error that has linen, and then what happens is they look at the linen and think, I can't see that, so I can't do linen. What it means is I can't see that linen. A 28 count linen, this one, is the crosses are exactly the same size as these. They're not hard.
No.
And this I can work on, and this I can work on without even my glasses.
Wow. Okay, great.
Go finer on, obviously, then it's a bit more tricky.
Sure, but not all linens are equal, are they?
No,
So you'll find a linen you can work on.
Yes, if you want to work on linen, some things you'll see in a minute have to be on a linen because you have to have the number of threads. I can give an example of this when it was a disaster for somebody. I don't know how many of you remember, I think they're called Mirabilia. There was Told in the Garden, Mirabilia and Lavender and Lace, and they were chart packs only.
Oh, I did a lot of lavender and lace.
You remember those?
I do.
And I mean, the woman who designed them was an artist, and there were lots of colours and shading and really clever. But what she did was say it needed to be even weave. Now, if you didn't read that, and you did, as one lady did, she came to me at a show very upset because she'd finished one of the brides. And of course, the hands and the face were worked over one thread. And she'd done it on Ada, and she couldn't.
Couldn't work the face.
And she said, what can I do? And I said, well, actually, I think the best thing you could do would be get it hand painted. Because you're not going to be able to, it would be extremely difficult. Because obviously, if you've got a 14 count Ada, you've got 14 stitches the inch. On a 28 count, you've still got 14 when you go over 2, but you can go over 1, giving you twice as many stitches to get the shading of the face
detail.
and the detail. So that's why they were on linen.
A bit like is it gross point and pretty point?
Yes, all those things. Yes, exactly.
That's the brand new today, the
putting it back
greenhouse to add to your collection. Are you building up a little row of houses at home?
I know some are.
Too.
I know some are.
Now, we've got 2 previous months left. They're very, very limited. We're going to start with the little flower shop. We'll start in Ada. This is gorgeous. Obviously, the scale is right when you put the greenhouse next to it.
You can see what we're aiming at.
The scale is right. It's fab, absolutely fab. Right, here we go. Here's the kit. Everything in here you need.
Same principle as before. Your bundles, colour and black and white, your needle. And again, this is filled with rice and lavender. This one, is this the one I think, or is that the one? One of them, I think this one I need emptying. When you've got to carry them around, and there are now 5 or 6 of them, they're very heavy. So I didn't put as much rice in. Now that needs more.
Okay.
If you look at that one, that's very chunky, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't want this squashy top.
Understood. Bit more rice.
Bit
Plumptious.
more rice. I need exactly that. It needs to be plumptious. Sorry,
Yeah,
put that one back.
Love that word.
So don't confuse you.
So that's the little flower shop on Ada. So everything you need, full instructions, needled the lot, just add your own stuffing, rice.
Yes.
And then we've also got the same thing in a linen, and this one is worked in linen.
Yes.
But to be fair, you don't actually end up with any of the fabric on show.
No.
So it really comes down to what you prefer to work on, doesn't
what
it?
you can see comfortably.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be fun. You know, we can all make a penance of it if you want to, but I don't think it's necessary. If you're wanting to get something done quickly and time is of the essence, you might find Ada quicker to work. I don't, but that's only because I was taught. I learnt on linen. I didn't discover Ada for some months.
You didn't know
I didn't know it existed. No. So that was how I ended up on linen, and I don't see it in threads, I see it in squares. So yes.
So you just got to train your eye.
Yes, yes, get your eye in,
Yeah.
as we say.
Yeah.
Get your eye in.
Once you see the threads that you're going across, and of course once you've worked a few stitches, that helps as well, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
You've got a foundation.
Yes, the other thing to remember, these were intended to sit on against a wall or on a shelf, so the backs aren't stitched, but obviously with the greenhouse,
yes,
it was going to be an individual pincushion, so it's got both sides done.
Yeah.
Obviously you could work the back of these with a piece of spare fabric if you chose to.
Well, I love them. They're really cool. So that's the flower shop. Now, we've also got the Georgian house. Now, this is rather grand.
This was the first one.
Rather beautiful. It's got that gorgeous symmetry that Georgian houses always have. Lots of windows. This is worked on Ada or linen. We'll start with Ada, $14.99. They're such affordable kits, aren't they? And lots of lovely hours of work and pleasure. All of your threads, your needle, your sorting card, you get a black and white and a colour chart to work from.
Yes, absolutely.
I like the symbols personally, but I like the colour chart. It's just a sort of belt and braces.
Yes, when I was working for publishers and producing cross-stitch books, publishers want colour charts because if you're flicking through the book in Smith's or a book at Waterstones or whatever, and it's brightly coloured, you're more tempted by it. If you're a stitcher, and if you use a lot of, for instance, we're going to come to my red rose in a minute. If you were looking at that on a coloured chart, it would be quite difficult to tell some of the reds apart. And certainly with a printed item, like a book, where the printing, well, it varies, doesn't it? We know it varies. Yes, so it's nice to have the symbols as well.
Well, I like things you can't argue with.
Yes.
This is a circle, that means it's green.
Yes.
And this is a straight line, which means it's blue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's no messing about.
Yeah, yeah.
You're speaking to the woman who did a whole evening stitching and did a cottage in Stowe, and I didn't pay attention, and I did the whole roof in green instead of grey.
Oh.
I had to unpick it all. That was Prime Suspect. Do you remember that?
Oh, I do.
Jane
Helen
Thompson,
Mirren.
Helen Mirren, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I was watching Prime Suspect.
One of her earlier roles, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Great.
Long time ago.
Right, same thing in linen this time.
Oh, yeah.
Little bit of the linen is on show, just inside the windows. Rather than glass, it's the linen, isn't it? Gorgeous. Is this based on a real house or
Not
many?
really. There are 2 Georgian houses in Fairford, and it's that business that the top row are always smaller, so that when you look up to the house, it's because it's high, it's the way they're proportioned. And if you look at Georgian properties, I mean, I do it all the time. It's somewhere like Tipping Norton we were in the other day, and of course Bath when I was down there with Jenny Dixon. You look at Georgian houses and you've got 2 windows the same size and then the next lot a tiny bit smaller, giving this illusion of height. It's
When you're
clever
ever
stuff.
staring at the houses, do people ever come out nervous that you're casing the joint?
Not yet. Not yet. And of course in places like Bath, they've got tourists looking at houses.
Of course they have, all the time. Yeah, lovely. So much inspiration, isn't there?
Yes, yes.
It's a gorgeous idea for a cross-stitch, isn't it? These little houses. Now, let's move on to something else that's new. The Indian Flower Trio. This is exquisite, absolutely exquisite. I'm going to pass the samples to you. These are so beautiful.
I'm so pleased with them, I have to say.
Gorgeous. Brand new, not been seen on air before.
No, and I have to tell you, this was all because Bill and I had 2.5 weeks in India earlier this year and had an absolutely fabulous time.
Did you love it?
Our 4th visit.
Oh.
I can't wait to go back. Anytime you like, suit me fine. We did something very different this time. Because we wanted to do certain things and none of the organised arranged companies had what we wanted, we actually did our own thing. Probably wouldn't have done that in the first time I went to India, but so we flew into the cities we wanted to go to and had a car and a driver everywhere.
Oh, fantastic.
So, because there were only 2 of us, we got into all sorts of venues that we wouldn't have got into if we'd been a group of 12.
A big group, yes, of course.
And these are the colours of some of the flowers.
that's pretty.
I think if I can grab this.
Of course.
I'm going to do the I'm just going to show you something.
So this kit is worked on Ada or linen. The details on screen are worked on Ada. So if Ada is your thing, go for this kit. It's $25.99, and you get to make the biscornu, which is this. You also get to make the watt bow, which is used as the scissor keeper, and then you also make the. Is it a needle book?
Well, it's what you want it to be, really. You could put your scissors. If you look at the way it's made, I've just put the little buttons in, so you can.
Oh, very cute.
You know, you can use it in the way you want to, really.
Yeah.
So if I just get in amongst it, I just wanted to see. There you are. That's what I was looking for. Here's a snapshot that I took in a flower market.
Ooh, beautiful.
Now, you would never have put those colours together.
Not really.
Not really. And so I took that and thought, I'm going to design something with orange and purple. So I came home and fiddled and farted about. And actually, this is what we came up with.
Yeah, it's really,
That's
really
how it looks
lovely.
when you've stitched it. So that's what you're working on.
I'm just going to move things over, Jane.
Sorry,
Can't see them there.
yeah, sorry, it's me as
So
usual.
we've got, we were missing a monitor down there, which we'd normally be able to see in. There we go. So you've got your biscornu here, your watt bow. I'm just showing off that I know what they're called now, Jane, at long last. What's it taken me? 4 years to stop calling it a cornucopia and a biscotti.
There was something else you called it this morning. It was nice. Like a corn...
Was it cornichon?
Cornichon.
Cornichon. I love a cornichon.
Are they?
I'm having pate. It's like a mini gherkin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've got
Can
a
you
mini
do something
gherkin.
shaped
Should
like
you
that?
want one? No, I can't.
Can you cross-stitch that?
So
this is delightful. Absolutely.
I'm ever so pleased with the way it... Now, this is a pre-sorted
Be warned,
one.
I've got tiny quantities left. Tiny quantities. Less than 10.
So-
22 in baskets. I've less than 10.
Well, ever so pleased you like it. I mean,
It's
that's
lovely.
really exciting, actually. Look, I'm coming out in goosebumps.
Aww.
So there's that's the little biscornu. So that biscornu is just 2 squares, but they must be squares. Do you
Don't
suppose?
ask. It's
Don't
someone's
ask.
birthday.
That's what the noise was. Would you accept our apologies for the racket? Right, 2 identical squares. There must be 2 identical squares, or it doesn't work. And when you make it up, I think I'm going to cheat and find the diagram.
Cheat, Jane, cheat.
There you are, look.
There we are.
You join the middle of one to the middle of the other, and as you fold it round, so it's actually only the same as putting a pincushion together, it's just a bit skew whiff. And that's 3 little shapes in a row. And then you've got your charts in colour and black and white. You see, look at that. I think it's
lovely.
pretty to look at.
It is, it's gorgeous. And I really, although there's, you know, obviously lots going on the front of this, I think that is a beautiful, dainty motif there on the back as well. And of course, remember, you've got these charts to use again and again.
Absolutely.
You could change up the colours if you wanted to as well on a future project. They're just delightful.
So you've got your Ada fabric in bits, a bit of wadding for that. You've got the little buttons. This is this delicious linen band that we get from Germany, and the lining fabric.
Oh, you get your faux silk lining as
Yes,
well.
Yes, and then this is for making a twisted cords, because you need a bit longer. All mine are done on 80 centimetre lengths, as you can see there. And it would have been very difficult to sort this if we hadn't pre-sorted it for you.
It's fabulous. Now, we've also got that kit. Oh, I've only got a handful of those on Ada. Right, be quick. Linen now, same kit, but on linen. Now, this is what the original is worked on, actually. So if you love this look, then go for the linen. Now, I've got single figures left of the linen as well. It's really beautiful, isn't it? Really stunning.
But I was very pleased with it, I must say.
You see, you must go on more lovely trips.
I think you're right.
Jane, because that's where you're getting these, you know, wonderful inspirations
I've
from.
got how many pictures I must have taken, I can't imagine. And there's a lot on at the moment, one way and another. but I'm really waiting to get back to my drawing board, and we'll do some more Indian things.
So do you do sort of like physical, like pencil and paper drawings first, or do you go straight to your computer program?
No, I print off squared paper, a size that I like. And I mean, I like on working on A4 for scribbles, and then I draw in pencil. Very sort of bit all over the place, which of course isn't countable. And then I would go.
So you're not drawing within the squares at this point. You just, if you want to draw a circle, you draw a circle.
Exactly. So drawing flowers, you know, I'm definitely doing that sort of thing with a pencil, and then putting a middle in, and then looking and maybe adding a leaf, and it's all a bit flowing. And then when I'm reasonably happy with that, I'll actually square it off with my pen, my old black pen, yet again, and I go round the drawing, doing this to the shape, and obviously sometimes you're inside lines and outside, and you have to doctor it a bit, because the point of counter cross stitch is that you can count and you'll get a replica of the drawing. Now, in some cases, we use fractional stitches, and that's where you make a triangle shaped stitch. That's the modern version. Originally, counter cross stitch was whole stitches, always. So there are, I don't think, if I just glance at this, this has no fractional stitches. If it had got a lot of fractional stitches, what I'd be tempted to do is work it on linen rather than Ada, because you've got to pierce the middle of the square to make the triangle shape.
On linen. On Ada, sorry.
And obviously you're aiming at it, but you're not necessarily going to hit the right spot.
No,
so it's
two
slightly
left.
harder.
Linen, two left.
So linen, it would be my choice for this.
Yes, I'm not. Personally, I'm not that keen on fractional stitches on Ada.
No.
I always think they look a little bit messy because you've split.
Yes,
the
it's
fabric.
it's not intended for it.
No.
But I mean, in some cases it works. My dear late colleague Jo Verso, her book Picture It in Cross Stitch sold over 1 million copies in English. And I mean, it was an extraordinary book, but she modernised cross stitch. So if you wanted to do a power plug, because your husband or partner was an electrician, you could reproduce it, but you had to have the fractional stitches.
Yeah.
So it's a more modern look, let's say. Good.
Now, you mentioned a red rose earlier, and we have a beautiful red rose right here on Ada or linen. This is called a red rose. We'll do Ada first.
I was ever so pleased with this.
This is so lifelike.
Well, I was, you know, I'm not very good at drawing, okay? I didn't even do it at GCSE, you know, centuries ago.
Well, they missed a trick there, not getting you in that class.
And I wasn't allowed to do needlework either, because I was wasting my mother's money and the teacher's time.
Were you too naughty?
No, I wasn't naughty.
I don't know why you're protesting so much. I think
anyway,
I could see that. Were you a good girl at school?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, I think I was a good girl at school. I was head girl.
Were you?
Yes.
Now, you see, having been a teacher, I often give jobs of responsibility to children who needed a little something to rein them in. Jane, I'm just going to say that. But yeah.
Anyway.
Yes. Why wouldn't they let you do needlework?
Well, I didn't do very well at it.
You didn't think you'd got any talent?
No, none whatsoever. Well, you know, maybe I haven't, but, you know, I keep on...
hello.
Keep conning you all, don't I?
It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting.
Drawing this, for me, was I wanted to do one of these big blousy jobs. And so this was, I think, the third attempt. And I had a beautiful book, and I can't remember, Reduti Roses, is that's the name, how you say it, isn't it? I had a book of those, and I just looked, and I thought, actually, come on, if I draw what I see, and I just experimented, you know.
I mean, it completely looks three-dimensional.
And that's,
looking
of course,
at it, you'd swear it was standing out.
And that's with the colours, shading it with the colours. And that, I think, for me, is where the computer has changed everything. I have a cartoon on my kitchen wall that shows me at a computer spewing out designs while I'm peeling potatoes. Well, that's not what happens. But once I got the back stitch drawn on, I could use my shade card and choose my colours and shade it on the screen, like a paintbrush.
Lovely.
And I could see it was going to work.
Yeah.
That would have been much harder to do in black and white.
It's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, and I love the scale of it as well. And this sort of singular, beautiful, sort of perfect bloom. And then I suppose really in the style of botanical paintings, you've got the kind of the rose in full bloom, you've got the bud, you've got the leaves. You're showing all parts of the plant in one. It's gorgeous.
I was pleased with it. I was very pleased with it. I've
Bet.
seen it done in white as well, in whites.
Ooh.
Somebody wanted to do it for a particular occasion, and I shaded it for them so they could do it in different whites and ecru's.
It's stunning, absolutely gorgeous. It's also available on linen. Now this original, this is done on Ada.
Yes, which proves you can do it, and it's absolutely fine.
Now I do really love the colour of this linen.
Isn't it nice?
It's almost like a sort of really soft biscuit, isn't it? That's gorgeous. But again, the same stunning colours, and this will turn out exactly the same size.
Yes, exactly the same size as that. And it's lovely and dense and solid, isn't it? The threads cover well.
Do you know the particular variety?
It's Madeira.
Oh, Madeira.
Madeira stranded.
Oh, no, sorry, I meant the rose.
No, I don't. I did. But I must admit, I could get it very wrong.
They're like Bourbon roses.
Are they?
That's a thing, isn't it? I don't know, maybe. Don't know.
Anyway, I was pleased with it.
Love roses. Got my mum to thank for that.
Did she grow them?
Oh, absolutely. They were
I'm
her
not very
flower.
good at it.
She was called Rosemary, and she loved roses.
Well.
So we had a garden full of them.
I'm getting better at it. I bought it. No, I didn't. That's rubbish. For my 17th birthday, my son and his wife and my daughter and her partner, they bought me a trip to David Austin's Roses with afternoon tea.
Nice.
And a voucher to buy a rose.
Great.
Which I did.
That's a lovely present.
It's a lovely present, and it's called Gertrude Jekyll, after the gardening lady, and it's outside my front door on a trellis, and I have 5 blooms on it this year. I'm so thrilled because things survive in my garden in spite of me, not because of me.
Another feeling. One of my favourites is Elizabeth of Glamis. That's a gorgeous rose.
Would that be after the Queen Mother?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Soft pink, absolutely luscious. Now, we're going to go away from roses, but still very much a floral theme, a pot of pansies. And this is on Ada. Now, this is absolutely gorgeous. I love the border. I love the whole just joyfulness of this. It is gorgeous. And we've got it first on Ada.
And
full
I think
kit there.
This is new today, you know.
Oh, is it?
I think it's new. I don't think I've seen this
before.
I think this is
$18.99. It's a brilliant price, and it is brand spanking new. Brand spanking new.
So again, you're going to be able to work it on linen or Ada. It's going to be exactly the same size, whichever one you do.
Now, Jane, am I spying a little bit of shadowing with half stitches?
Yes.
That's nice. I like that.
I just thought that was rather fun. And this you could certainly do at random. If you work the 2 little flowers and you finish, you could just sit and do these and watch television at the same time.
Is that still double or is that a single thread?
That's a single.
Ah, I like that. It's really nice. Subtle. Beautiful. This is the pot of pansies. Just be aware, stock is low. We don't have loads of anything. So if you love the pot of pansies, and it is all those gorgeous, I love the purples and oranges and golds.
Isn't it funny how it works so well when I was talking about that being unusual, and yet pansies do that, don't they?
They do. Yep, it's those gorgeous orange and purples together. They just work. So that's on Ada, and again, you get everything in the kit, a needle, the thread, the charts in black and white and colour, and in this case, Ada. And the finished size of that, 14.5 centimetres by 19 centimetres, which is yay big.
Yeah.
It's lovely, really nice.
Good.
Now, we've also got that on linen. This one is worked on linen, so you can reproduce that with this kit, these details. Same price, and it will turn out exactly the same size.
And if you're not sure, I think the trick is really, the most exciting thing is opening the package, finding the blank fabric, and you're going to create something really pretty by just following my chart. And if you think that the linen would be too trying, work on the Ada fabric. You will be your own harshest critic anyway. And if you want to move on to linen at a later date, there's no reason why you shouldn't.
Absolutely.
It depends what you're doing it for and why you're doing it and how long you've got, how good your lights are, how good your eyes are. All those things make up part of the thing, don't they?
Yeah. But there's also magnifying glasses and task lighting if you need it. And I do. When I do cross stitch, that's when I get my task light out.
It's a funny thing. I've said to people, if you're not sure, I say take your stitching, not a book, take your stitching to the pound shop or the equivalent bargains, B&M, whatever, and look at their magnifying glasses that are pennies, but you do need your stitching with you because you hold that in a different place. Although you don't know you do, you do. So yes.
Just try it out, see what you need.
See what you need.
Totally.
If you need anything at all.
That's Pot of Pansies. Gorgeous. Right, next up, we're going to do the Carnation Rose and Carnation Band Sampler. That's this. Oh, this is
this is one where it is linen only.
I'll show you the finished sample. That is absolutely stunning.
I'm going goosey again.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, Jane.
So this was originally done as a class. So I was going to teach the stitches. So this does need to be worked on the linen fabric because you're going to take fabric threads out here.
Now, is this drawn thread work or hardanger?
Well, can I explain all the differences quickly?
Please.
Right, it's withdrawn, really.
Oh.
So this is drawn thread, where fabric threads have been drawn. Now, I'm going to confuse you because in this case, I've used hardanger stitches here, and I'll try and explain. If you're doing this technique, what you're going to do is snip threads and weave them into the sides, okay? Now, firstly, if you're going to do something else with the sides, that can be a bit confusing. Plus, when it was for a class, you could spend all day reweaving your threads and not get any stitches learnt. So I used hardanger stitches at the sides. So you could just cut there and there, there and there, and remove the threads. This is rice stitch. This one here is a pulled stitch.
I like that.
And that's where you make the holes by pulling quite firmly. Rice stitch is a composite of 2 stitches. That is double cross stitch. Sorry. Double cross stitch. This is where I should have my glasses so I can see what I'm doing. Double cross stitch. That's a tied hem stitch. That's a variation on the cross stitch I've mentioned. These are the little roses.
They're beautiful.
They're pretty, aren't they? They're made of French knots and bullion knots. So this is a project for you. It's not a first project. It's something that there's a lot of hand-holding in the instructions. With this one, I suggest you start at the top and work the cross-stitch motif because it's straightforward and you get your eye in.
Yes.
And then you're going to run your tacking line down the outside this time, not down the middle, because then you can see where your stitches end each time and don't wander. I've got a confession to make. There is a sampler out there.
Confession.
Do you love a confession?
Do.
Right. Well, I've got a sampler out there where, when I came to mount and frame it, I discovered that I was 3.5 threads out at the bottom, and it was going to be visual because I hadn't done the tacking lines or had and had taken them out. So that one is photographed with a very pretty pair of stalk scissors just on top of the fold because I wasn't unpicking it.
No way.
Anyway, so those are done with bullion knots. But as I said, there's hand-holding.
Yeah.
So that each bit, I talk you through how to do it.
This is lovely, isn't it? Because there's stuff that will be familiar to anybody that's ever done cross-stitch, of course. But there's also these little skills to try, and there's enough to sort of consolidate a new skill, but not so much that it feels overwhelming.
And you've got to remember the fabric's blank. So actually, if you don't want to do what I've done, do something else.
True enough.
You could repeat. You could add have the alphabets all at the top, because it's empty. There's no transfer.
I've got to be honest, Jet. I just love the alphabets in cross stitch.
Yes.
There's just something so, I don't know, we're so deeply connected
Yes.
to the past, aren't we, in all our stitching. There's something about it that just makes me feel connected.
Yes.
And a question for you from Jean. She says, hi Jane, beautiful kits as always. It's a given, isn't it? Any advice on how to get the central crease out of Ada? I can never get it out, even with steam. This is Jean in Alnwick. That's a good question.
Okay.
Got another one for you after that as well.
Right. What I would say is that how much does it matter? That's the first thing. Because when you stretch a mounted piece, I've never been beaten by a crease, ever. So don't worry too much unless it's not what it's presenting you with an issue. 4 layers of bath towel on the ironing board. Have the piece of Ada with the fold up, so it's that way. Lay it out, and with a hot iron and the steam, give it quite a good one. I do have in my cupboard 3 cans now of spray starch, because I use it specifically for making folded hems, for treating the edge of the fabric, about which I'll explain in a minute. So have a go with spray starch, or there's something you guys have.
Well, I love
Best
wooden
press.
Best press.
I've
Best
seen
press,
that here.
Or flatter. I'm also a lover of the clapper.
What's that?
The clapper. So dressmaking tool really, but you can approximate it. Oh, bracelets coming down. You can approximate it, but basically it's a heavy wooden block.
Right.
So you would iron something, give it a bit of steam or a bit of heat, and then immediately put this heavy block of wood on top. And what it does is it absorbs the heat and keeps transferring it back into your fabric. It also sets one of these. Thank you, Dan. It's one of these.
Do you know, I have never seen one.
And you let it go cold. And basically, because fabric has a memory, we give it a new memory. Bash out that old memory. And you just leave it there till it's cold. And it sets in place.
Well,
so you could do that with your folded bands as well. So press them and then leave it on top and you get the flattest.
It's actually, when I said about the spray, all I use that for is that because this has been much handled, and I'm doing the hem at the end, a lot of the dressing has gone out.
Yes.
And when you're going to do something called scoring, which if I get time I'll show you, makes the perfect fold on linen. Perfect fold. It follows the line of the threads perfectly. So when you make and so I put the dressing back in before I do the scoring.
Do you want to show us that? I don't want to throw it at you, but
yes,
if you want to, that's fine.
I'm going to just see if I can find a little piece of...
Yeah, for sure. While you're having a look for that, I'm going to introduce a pair of Victorian posies. And here, right by me here. Oh, these are absolutely delightful. I'm going to just move this up to show you. So you've got 2. These are on Ada.
And I must tell you where they originate from.
Yes, please. So you've got anemone and you've got... No, poppies, beg your pardon.
Yes.
Poppies and pink roses.
So these were little hand-painted Berlin charts. So they came from Germany. I bought them in a beautiful shop in Berlin. And they were done in about from 1860-ish onwards. And at one point in Germany, there was 1,500 women working in a factory where there would be a printed chart, not unlike what we've been looking at, like the rose one, but they would then hand paint the squares with a paint not dissimilar to gouache. It wasn't gouache, but it was
similar. They were painting the canvas? They
were painting the paper chart.
Paper charts.
The paper chart was being painted, and the early ones, they're a work of art. They're really quite collectible now. I have one really nice one that's behind glass and on the wall. So that the chart was then a coloured chart, but hand-painted. Often now, when you find them, the paint's starting to come off, and you can see the symbols underneath. So these were original Berlin charts, hand-painted in Germany about 1860. And they were little sprays. And at one stage, one company used them as a gift card in their products in Germany.
Okay.
So instead of a cigarette card,
Yep.
you get a little printed version of one of these. I just need a needle. Let me just grab one.
Yeah, no problem at all. These are beautiful. I love the sort of intense. I always think like Berlin wool work. It's quite sort of intense, quite
Yes.
moody colours, aren't
The
they?
wool
Or very
work,
bright.
Yes. It all happened because of aniline dyes and the fact they were able to dye colours for the first time. And so people got crazy about the wools and then needed the patterns. Later Berlin charts tended to be simpler.
Okay.
Fewer colours used
Right.
because obviously it was quicker.
We'd calm down.
We'd calm down a bit.
You
Right.
forget though, don't you?
Yes.
That until actually, really in world history, quite recently, there were some colours they just couldn't do.
No.
Or they couldn't do that were stable.
There were no purple.
No.
That's why the Victorians loved it, because they could have purple.
I was talking earlier on about poison green. You
Yes,
know,
oh, yes.
yes, killing everybody with their violent, was it
What would it have been?
arsenic?
Yes.
Yes,
Because
arsenic
wallpapers
in
had
wallpaper.
arsenic.
Yeah. Yarn and fabric and all sorts, feathers in your hat, all poisonous.
Yes.
But no one really thought about it at the
Nobody thought
time.
about it, no.
Right, scoring.
Okay, so I'm just going to show you scoring. So this is a piece of linen. I've nicked it from here, which I must put it back. So if I want to fold, I can't spoil this, but just suppose I was going to be doing a hem.
Sure.
I would actually remove a fabric thread so there'd be a ladder, because that's where the stitch is going to go. Can I borrow that just for a second?
This?
This. Sorry.
I
can't
don't know
think
what
of
you mean.
The band sampler,
Oh,
please.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Sorry. Oh dear, I've been gardening for hours and hours and hours, and I don't know whether it's my back, my front, or my legs, or what.
Oh.
But there's a phrase for it, and I won't use it on air. Right, so I'm going to just put my needle into the fabric, or my pen or pin or whatever, and I'm pulling the fabric, not the needle, which proves how badly it was cut. Now, that is a perfect straight line.
Perfect.
Yeah? So, and to get rid of that, we have to go through the processes we've just been talking about. And of course, we do it on linen because linen stays creased, as I'm a walking example. My family call it rich wrinkles.
Rich wrinkles. Yeah, it's
So,
true enough.
so if I do it again, and it's a funny thing because you won't do it right the first time. You'll pull a needle. So if I put that in there, ready? And then I pull the fabric. Now, if you're working a long sampler, you might be doing this in short stages. But if I just fold that one, you'll see.
Perfectly straight, yes.
Which is how you get this to work.
That's clever.
So when these hems, it tells you all about this in the pack, obviously, and in our stitch book and others, there's demonstrations of it. But this is counted from a thread withdrawn there, and then it's 9, 9, and 7. So that's one. Then I do another one at 9, and then one at 7. The 7 one is the one that folds underneath.
That's the hem, yeah.
And
Understood.
then actually it'll completely line up.
That's clever.
It's ever such a useful thing.
Yeah,
If
thanks
you're-
for showing us how to do that.
I mean, it's actually obvious, but it isn't, if that makes sense. I'll pop that back in there so it's in the right
Brill,
place.
and I can now say forevermore that Jane Greenoff taught me how to score.
I just walked into that, didn't I?
Boom,
boom.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
I have another question for you. We're all picking your brains
Oh, come on
today,
then.
Jane.
Go on then.
So Viv's messaged in. She says, morning, Jane. Can I ask, when doing shading, do the stitches go the same way as your stitches as a left-hander? I'm never sure.
Now, I'm not certain what you mean,
No.
so I'll go with it. If you're a left-hander, do whatever's comfortable for you. The secret of counted cross-stitch is consistency. That's the only word you need to remember. If you do your stitches, and for instance this, all these different stitches, if you do your stitches the same every time, you get a really good effect. if you wander off piste a little and you're doing things in a different way. So, for instance, I work my four-sided stitch from left to right, and they say cross stitches can't pull because most of us are taught not to make holes. All right?
I like that.
Well, we used to have a bumper sticker that said cross stitches can't pull.
Really?
It was
fun.
disapproved of.
Was it?
Yes. So this stitch, you can actually almost make it look as if threads have been removed because you pull hard to make the holes. So it's not the stitch you're looking at, it's the holes.
I wonder whether Jane's asking about, you know, the shading at the bottom of here.
Yes.
Does it have to go a particular way? And if, because obviously normally we go both ways and...
Yes, choose one that you're comfortable with and do that, but be consistent.
Yeah.
So if you're doing shading, it wouldn't matter which way you did it. Obviously, if you mix the shading up, you'll get a different effect, not a wrong effect. I could have decided to do over here, facing the other way, as if there was light coming. But certainly the consistency, so if you do your cross stitch from left to right or right to left, if you're doing Algerian eyes, which is a little eyelet stitch, you go clockwise or anti-clockwise, but then always go the same way. That way, you're going to get a consistent look and feel. Yeah?
Because your eye is drawn to inconsistencies, isn't it? Even if you're not a stitcher.
Yours will be one's own. I know if I look at something, I can look and see and wonder why I didn't spot that before.
Oh, it's always once it's framed or once it's quilted.
Yes.
Now we're going to do flowers for all seasons. This is over 140 colourful motifs to cross stitch all year round. Jane, your words. $8.99 for 140.
This is one of a series. I know you guys have had the Christmas book. I think the Christmas was the first one we did. So if I just turn pages for you.
Oh, these are lovely. These remind me a bit of Berlin wool work as well.
Yes, yes. I mean,
some
actually,
of them, yeah.
Let me just think. That certainly might have. That certainly was a Berlin chart. Here's some with fractional stitches. That's what I meant by the fractional stitch, where you get the little triangles.
Yeah.
It does make that work, but obviously that's done as a pure cross stitch without them.
It's the only way to get something pointy.
Sometimes,
isn't it?
if you want things pointy, you have no choice.
Yeah. Have you ever done sea holly in cross stitch?
I haven't done sea holly. I have done holly ever so many times. Being Christmassy.
Yes. Do you take requests like a DJ?
No.
No? Good. Good for you.
So there you are. So the thing is that these
That's lovely.
little series of books, I mean, they have been immensely popular. I'm very pleased. This is obviously a Cross Stitch Guild product. And the theory is we've done flowers, Christmas. I'm saying nothing, okay? Absolutely nothing. We must have a rowdy party in the cross-stitch show, mustn't we?
We should do, really. We should play them at their own game and say something like, block your ears, everybody. Come on, Jay, show me some cross-stitch. Oh, I'd see I'd turn off.
Yeah, well, that's
Don't turn off, will you?
Don't turn
No,
off.
I won't do that again. Come on, Jay, show us some cross-stitch.
We've got some basic diagrams in the back if you've never stitched before, and you'll be able to see. So this is the flowers. So we've done flowers,
such good value.
Houses, Christmas. I think it's going to be nature and the environment next.
Lovely.
Sort of hedgehogs and animals, and I think. There's going to be borders and bands.
Sign me up for that. I love doing those in cross stitch.
Yes, they're lovely to do. And then hopefully we'll have a little slipcase so you could keep your whole set in them.
Oh, gorgeous.
So it's in the pipeline, as I said.
Have you ever done, this is very, I know you don't do requests, so I'm not asking for that reason, but have you ever done like patchwork quilt style? Have you ever done like a sampler quilt almost done in cross stitch?
Not really, but we did do a series of Afghans.
Oh, lovely.
When I think when my magazine was out with Future Publishing, we did an Afghan over 2 or 3 issues, and that was certainly big flowers. It was very popular.
Amazing.
Yes, very popular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's such a lot of crossover, isn't there, between different disciplines?
Of course there is.
Now, next up, I've got something really, really special. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the Flower Sampler book, and this is, I mean, there's a lot of heirlooms created in cross-stitch and fine embroidery, but this is definitely up there, isn't it?
It's a bit special. There is a story, of course there is always a story with Jane, isn't there? So this was two things to say. First of all, this was the first thing I did when we transferred to Madeira threads from DMC, and that was a lot to do with supply issues at the time. But what I didn't realise until afterwards was that I walked into my thread cupboard and they were in colour order. So I stood there going, oh my God. So this was designed, I had a basket in my hand and I went round so there were the greens and then there were instead of number order, which can be all over the place.
Yes.
So it was like a shade card.
Like a palette.
Like a palette.
Oh, how divine.
It was...
I bet. Yeah, well, exactly.
Anyway,
My
so that's
mouth's
the
watering.
first part of the story. Now, this is the second version of this, hence this, because some person, as I'm on air, stole it at the Festival of Quilts. I'm going to say 10 years ago now. And we hadn't got these. We just had a little cupboard built with chicken wire to have a little safe place. And this couple must have worked in pairs because I went and got it out. And then I went back and it's gone. And the thing that really made me wild was I went to the organiser's office straight away and said, I think that someone's picked it up in error. And would you possibly put out could someone just check if their child maybe, it's a rag book, could have picked it up. I'm sorry, Mrs. Greenoff, we can't do that. We can only give out emergency messages, right? As I walked back to the stand, someone's 40th birthday was announced. I'm not going to say
Did you light up like a torch?
I wasn't nice to know. I wasn't nice to know.
No.
Anyway, so I came home on the Friday night upset and frustrated. You know, it's a considered purchase. You're not going to spend that money having not been able to see the thing.
No, and it's a true heirloom, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're going to be at the Alexandra Palace Fair, and I don't have a sample. And I think I did 6 or 7 versions of my angst on Facebook and deleted them, obviously, because it was inappropriate. Eventually, I just put, I'll just have to tell you what's happened today, blah, blah, blah. When I got home on the Sunday night, there was a message to say, don't worry, you'll have a new copy of the book in time for Alexandra Palace, 6 weeks. The Guild had got together and 2 groups, I didn't know about the 2 groups then, worked the pages, and this is the copy that was made, and I put together the night before we set up Ali Palais. And then the second version was handed to me at a Scottish event because those who weren't picked to do it were hurt and wanted to be involved. And they worked one that I keep at home.
Oh, wow.
So this is the country...
How lovely. That is the community we want to celebrate, isn't it? Not the odd rogue.
You just wonder if someone's got it on their coffee table and pretends they've stitched it.
They'll never feel the satisfaction of working even one stitch, though, will they? The point is that you made it, isn't it?
And it's lovely to work. So basically, what you're going to do is get this great bundle and not panic.
It is a great bundle.
It's a great bundle. So what you're going to do is you're just going to work the cover, which is a slightly different colour. This is faded a bit. This is tea-dyed, and this is antique white. And it's in there. And you're going to take the cover, and you're going to carefully put everything else away and not read the instructions, okay? Just work the cover. Cross-stitch, cross-stitch, 4-sided stitch there. Instructions are all given. Then you start on the pages, and if you work them in order, you learn the tricks as you go along. Now I want to show, I don't know if you can understand, if I pull this apart, can you see how that? Okay, so that is the fold. The back and front are worked like so. This is a hem that you put round where you can cut it off at the edge. and then they're fitted into the book with slip stitches.
I see. So it's not a double page, it's an individual page, it ends there.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So that is 2 pieces. It's
Yes.
one piece of fabric folded in half. Means you can't see the back of the work as you go through. Spaces for you to personalise. There's a house there with some French knots. There's a little band sampler here.
Lovely.
This is using some silk thread, space-dyed silk thread. This is darning, pattern darning.
Oh, that's pretty.
Which is interesting to do. And then this is pattern darning. This one is what we call a CC work, and that's where the pattern is not stitched, the background is, from the place called a CC.
What, sorry?
A CC.
A CC, like
That's
as in
a
St
CC.
Francis.
As in St Francis. And if you go to a CC and walk the streets, you'll see lampshades, curtains, roller blinds. And if you go to the markets, you'll be inundated with sort of a CC.
Okay.
Some of it's come from China, no doubt.
Okay.
Black work,
I bet you can spot a fake, can't you?
I'm quite good at it. Do you know, I was at a framer's once, just outside Newbury, and they had odd frames sort of made up where they used up ends, and I bought 3 or 4. And she said, actually, you do need work, don't you? I've been given this sampler to stretch them out, and I'm just not sure about it. And I said, well, come and see it. And she said, yes. I said, oh, yes, that was done yesterday. And she said, well, so we took it out, and it had the coffee grounds still on it. So it was a sampler that had been stitched, dunked in coffee to make it look old.
Gotcha.
But there were coffee grounds stuck under the frame. Anyway, it wasn't an original.
No.
Black work. Now, then you've got a hard hanger section. So it's obviously not a first project. If you've worked from a chart before, and if you've worked on an even weave fabric before, this is easily in your area of expertise. This is very much hand-holding in the instructions. And this is
hard hanger.
This is hard hanger, and this is drawn thread work. So this is a hem stitch square. That's hemming, and that's what I was saying about pulled. That's all just pulled work. No threads have been removed.
So that's pulling the thread tight to create the hole.
So no threads have been taken out there, whereas they have been taken out there.
Got you. It's very clever.
And this is to try and obviously you can't prevent a serious thief, but these are screwed down.
Yeah, that'll do it.
In the hope that, and you know, we want people to handle them and look at them.
Yeah, of course.
But anyway, that's the
To
story.
be able to trust people as well. Well, as I say, I celebrate the community that jumped in and said,
they did.
we'll
It was
make
wonderful.
it for you.
It's wonderful. I'll never
Not that
part
one
with my
person.
flower book.
Yeah. Some nice messages.
Oh, lovely.
Excuse me. Margaret has messaged in to say, actually, I think it's Alana, to say, morning, Stuart and Jane. Really enjoying the show, from Alana and baby Simon. We're starting Simon very young. I think he's about a year old now.
Oh, bless Simon.
Yes, he's been watching Sewing Street since he was born.
We can't do him any harm.
Yeah, absolutely. Maria's got in touch too to say, hi, my lovely sewing friends. I've not been on here for a while. I've been busy with the grandbabies.
Yes,
well, that'll do it.
Yes,
That'll
it will.
do it.
As am I, darling.
I am.
Wednesdays are my grandchildren day.
Well, they're absolutely exhausted by the time they leave.
Completely wiped out. I have to leave the house. If my son's on a photo shoot and his wife leaves the house at 7:10, I have to leave my house at 6:15 to get there in time to relieve her. And then Bill comes with me or comes afterwards, depending on what's happening. And he does the school run with Felix. And Agnes says, are you going to play with me, Nana? Are you going to play with me, Nana? Can we play monster cars? Yes, of course we can, darling.
Don't you say, actually, let's do some lovely quiet stitching?
No. She's 2.5. I mean, she's fabulous, don't get me wrong. They both are. Anyway.
Right, next up, we're going to do the Spring Flower Pin Pad. This is available on Ada or Linen. This is Ada first. This is gorgeous.
I love it. I was ever so pleased with it. I have to be honest and say that the idea came, I was in a garden centre somewhere, and there was what must be a door sausage, you know.
Yes.
big.
Oh, sausage, I know what you mean, yeah.
With very large flowers on it. And I thought, actually, I'd like to do a pincushion with flowers. And at the time, spring was when it was, so that's how it happened.
It's lovely. It's so sort of soft and subtle. It looks antique-y, doesn't it, in those colours? Gorgeous. So you get everything in there to make it, bar the stuffing, and really nice colour of Ada, isn't it?
Yeah, this is actually linen Ada, just to confuse you, okay?
Just a minute.
This is Ada construction.
Yep.
So when Ada is made at the factory, instead of it being a warp and weft being singles, yes, they're in fours, which is how you get the hole in the corner. So this is the same construction, but it's linen thread. To get that antique feel.
Yeah.
They used to do it in an antique white as well, and I don't think they do anymore. I think there wasn't a market for it.
That colour's
because
beautiful.
the antique white was the cotton version, which is Ada's pure cotton. I didn't say that earlier. So it's pure cotton. If you buy our things, come from Zweigart and Zwitzky, and theirs is always pure cotton. There are obviously fabrics you can buy with, what do we want to call it, easy care, polyester.
Polyester, yeah,
and synthetics. And if you're making baby bibs or table linens and you want to be able to machine wash them, then obviously they've got a use. But for this embroidery, you need cotton or linen.
Would you cross-stitch a baby bib?
Probably not. But they are
horrified, because I mean, babies do what babies do.
They do. My son referred to food ming. Food ming. He was never very good at cleaning the high chair. With number one, he's fine now. Food ming. You know when kids have got.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, there you are.
That's so pretty.
So that's the Ada version.
So pretty. I've also got a linen version. Here is the linen, and same colours. So if you like the look, but you want to work it on Ada, you can. You'll get the same look, but we've got it on linen too. It's just really pretty, isn't it? Delicate.
And they're lovely for putting a pin. I mean, they really are splendid. You know.
I'm wondering as well, Jane, whether that could be used as a, you know, some people have like a pad that they rest for using their mouse on a computer.
Well, I bet you could.
Just wondered if,
Yeah.
you know, it's lovely.
And I mean, the other way of doing it, of course, if you have a number of needles threaded, you can have them lined up. Yes, good.
Gorgeous. Right, that's that. We've still got loads more to see. Right, what should we do next, Ben?
That's yours.
The pressed flower collection. Yes,
Lovely.
I have them right here.
Fab.
We're starting with violets. Here's the kit on linen. These are all on linen, aren't they, Jane?
Yes, they are. Interesting, isn't it? You were talking about botanical. This is what I was sort of aiming at.
Sure.
And I had quite a lot of fun practicing to get the writing to look like it was a pencil writing.
Yes, I love that.
And having the
detail.
little roots showing. Yes.
It's gorgeous.
Don't take you very long to do, but they are, well, they're just very effective, aren't they? I think I've probably done a few French knots there.
Yes.
Obviously, they're optional. You don't have to do them if you loathe them. But no, I think it worked really well. And that's raw linen, which, of course, is my favourite, all favourites, really.
Oh, is it?
Love it.
Gorgeous.
Love
The
it.
price as well, under £10. Thread, needle, linen, and your chart.
Yes, and a thread card to sort your
Do you
threads.
get your colour and black and white?
Yes.
Amazing. Brilliant value. It's such an affordable hobby, isn't it? Cross stitch.
Well, yes, it's one of those hobbies. I mean, you need a pair of sharp, pointy scissors, a needle, and time, don't you?
That's it.
Actually, what happens is I've counted this week and I have 47 pairs of scissors. Why?
All right, Jane, you win.
Why? Why?
Because you couldn't find them, so you bought
I
another
did,
pair.
Yes, I mean, and I think I got
How many
eight.
pairs?
47.
See, I just wonder how you can have 46 other pairs of scissors and still not be able to find one of them that you have to.
Well, I've now got them. I've moved my office. We've changed around. My son came into my little office, banged his head, as he always did, and my husband brings me coffee and bangs his head because I'm in the eve. And my son actually said, "Why are you still doing this? It's ridiculous. You're not. You need to move back into the bedroom." And so actually, my wonderful carpenter came and took my handmade desk and turned it upside down and moved me into a much bigger room, which I have filled.
Of course you have.
Already.
Of course you have.
Hopeless, isn't it?
No, it's great. So next up we've got Poppy. Again, only worked on linen. Really lovely. Like you said, it's not going to take you that long. It's a lovely project.
They would make pincushions if you wanted to. You know, you don't have to have a frame picture. These are box frames because getting square frames is ever so difficult. Square frames, there's a shortage of them for some reason.
Have you ever produced frames?
Once, when we did a series of miniatures, I had frames made to go in the pack. But really, these days, with the establishments out there, I mean, places like Range and Dunelm, etc.
Sure.
You probably can't do it.
Produce them for the money, absolutely. Sue's got in touch. She says, "Morning, both.
Morning, Sue.
Love watching you two together. I've bought some kits, so I really must learn how to do cross stitch now."
Well, good for you.
I think so.
Absolutely. Why not?
It's a skill you can learn quickly, isn't it?
Yes, well, of course you can.
And then
I mean,
perfect for the rest of your life.
Yes, you can play. I know the day I did my first piece. And actually, I've been fibbing for years, you know.
Have you?
Well, not deliberately, because I always said I'd never done counted cross stitch. And this neighbour showed me how to do, and I stitched a strawberry. All right, that was my light bulb moment, okay? But thinking back to living in Wokingham, I had a sort of that colour Shetland jumper with a coffee stain about there. And I had a craft book, and I embroidered an Eiffel Tower on top of this jumper to cover the stain, following a chart.
So you did do it?
So I had done it before. But it completely, I mean, it's obviously a very different thing doing it on a woolly jumper.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And were they crosses?
I did crosses, yes. It didn't actually work because the jumper was...
Yeah.
There is a stitch you can do. I think it's called duplicate stitch.
Yeah, or Swiss darning, yeah.
Swiss darning. That's where you do, yes. So if I'd known, I would have, anyway.
Yeah.
Just I've been fibbing all these years. Okay, so here's Sweet Briar.
I always get it out of people. I've got that manner, haven't I?
That must be it.
I confessed.
The allure.
The allure. This is Sweet Briar. Very pretty. Oh, I feel like I'm going to sneeze, Jane. I'll just walk away. It's just a tickle. You know, sometimes when it's a bit of dust or something. No, it's gone. It's gone. There we go.
So again, great fun trying to get the writing to look as if it was handwritten.
Yeah.
But they're fun, aren't they?
Yeah, they're gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. And I love the sort of antique-y colour as well. It's just all lovely. Yeah. Worked on linen. £9.99 again. Great price. Right. Let's do Inspired by Orchids. Is this the pink orchid?
Here we are.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to apologise now.
Ada or linen? Ada or linen? I've got Ada and linen. This is, yeah, pink orchid. Is that the right one? Yeah, I've got both. Let's do Ada first.
Apologies for the damage to the frame, etc. I didn't see this, so I might have remounted it, but I didn't. Anyway, yes, orchids.
Yeah.
I'm not actually an enormous fan. I have had some very pretty ones in the past, and I have some pretend ones. We were in a north-facing barn, so plants really struggle for obvious reasons.
Yep.
Sometimes their roots and things look a bit like dead men's fingers.
They do.
They're not all. They almost look as if they could eat you.
Yeah.
Orchids, don't they?
Oh, especially when they're fresh and juicy, the roots are really.
So yeah, but this, I was very pleased with this.
Does that give you the ick?
Well, there's something about them. I don't mind. I mean, there's near where we live, near Burford, there's a big garden company there, and they have a whole massive room of orchids in pots this sort of size, and they do give me the screaming.
Oh,
yes, they definitely do.
Love orchids.
But the single ones you see in supermarkets, they're very pretty.
The Phalaenopsis, beautiful. And
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, and they're so easy to to keep alive, really. Because, Jane, this should appeal to you, they thrive on neglect.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why they do well in my house. Because a thimble of water once a week is all they need. And if you forget, it's no big deal.
Goodness.
And they, yeah.
I didn't know that.
But if you don't like the look of them, then no good.
Matter, does it?
No, not really. But we love the stitch version. This is on Ada, $25.99. And again, look, it's that beautiful linen Ada.
That's right.
So still got the really easy to count nature of Ada, but with the linen thread. So you've got that beautiful colour.
The colour is marvellous.
Lovely. It's lovely. It really makes the colours pop. We've also got it in linen. Same thing, but on linen. And it really does have a gorgeous look to it. There they are, those. Ugh, stop it.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it? It's a textural thing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
The flowers, I don't mind at all, but it's some of the rest of it I find a bit...
But they're almost, I suppose as well, because they don't look like petals in the sense of like rose petals or marigold petals, do they either?
No.
They're almost artificial look.
Yes, like a wax.
Even when they're real.
Even when they're real, yes,
they
exactly.
Look artificial.
Yes.
Yeah. But very, very pretty.
And again, these are all, there's no fractional stitches here, so working this on Ada, we absolutely no issue whatsoever if you wanted to.
Shading again.
Bit of shading underneath. Again, going back to what we were saying earlier.
Oh, can I just ask, you've just folded your top over your microphone, so just, it's just, that's it, lovely, thank you. Is that a little...
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar, I was going to call it a maggot.
It wasn't a maggot.
Is that a maggot on your orchid?
Dear, dear.
Not long left, Jane. Not long left. Let me take that for you. Let's do papava. Let's do papava. Poppy and wheat. Now, I've done this myself in designs. What is the connection between poppy and wheat?
Well, I just think if you see a wheat field, it's got poppies in it, doesn't it, really?
Isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the farmer doesn't want them there, but, you know, that's sort of it, really, isn't it?
Gorgeous colour combination as well. Available on linen or Ada. Let's do Ada first. This is a lovely size. It's 5 inches by 7¼ inches. So a lovely size. This has got that sort of botanical reference as well, hasn't it? And on linen Ada. If you go for the Ada option, it is the linen version, which is just lush. Yes. £20.99.
And that you've got pre-sorted colours because it would be so difficult to sort out all the reds and greens. So they're pre-sorted for you, so you can get cracking the minute you get it, which is lovely.
You see, this and this is when I want the symbols because I can't differentiate.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
The colours.
Of course.
So much easier. Brilliant. £20.99 for that. If you like working on linen, the linen version, we've got it. We've got it. So pretty and soft, gentle. Just love them. Sue, you must learn to cross stitch. It's such a lovely hobby. It's one of my first kinds of stitching that I did, and I was obsessed with it for years.
Yes, I think it has a, you know, a lot of talk about mindfulness and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know that when my husband had 5 hours and 37 minutes surgery for cancer, I sat with my back to the clock and stitched. And when my son had his surgery as a little lad, ditto, I was stitching the Liberty building for the shop. And I was doing the beams on the front of the building. I'll never forget it. Just sitting stitching. And whether you dash about across the pattern or whether you follow, I tend to teach, probably not so much with something like this, but with a sampler. If you start in the centre as a general rule and you work your way out, if you count over the shorter distances to the next available thing, you're less likely to make a counting error.
Okay.
It's empty fabric that causes the trouble.
Yeah, for
Having
sure.
to count from there to, you know, there to there, there's fraught with danger, whereas counting from there to there, you're going to get it right.
Absolutely.
So that is
Leave
something
this
that's
until
helpful.
you've done the poppy.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So just consider the way you're going. I work generally down towards myself. I don't use a hoop or a frame.
You don't, do you?
No, I don't. There are things that I have used a frame for, and that's if I'm, for instance, adding a lot of French knots to a pattern. I have an upholstered frame that dear Sue Hawkins made me some years ago now, and basically it's a square, but it's upholstered like the arm of a chair. It's in a William Morris fabric, and I've got a weight in the same fabric that goes on the corner, and I can pin that.
Is that a Sue Hawkins
yes,
frame?
yes,
Lovely.
Yes, you can just pin on quickly. And then if, for instance, with this pattern, I was going to add lots of French knots, I would sit and do on the frame. And if there was satin stitch or a lot of rigging on a ship, for instance, I'd probably pop that on a frame to do it. But other than that, I roll the fabric up, so my hand is holding the back of the material, and I work in a sewing movement, sewing along and back.
It's lovely. I saw Sue last week, actually. At Malvern.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, popped into Malvern. It was lovely.
That's a nice fair, isn't it?
Gorgeous. Right, last item on the show is the vintage flower sampler. And I've had my eye on this for a little while, Jane. It's so different.
It is different,
But
isn't it?
it feels almost Jacobean.
Yes,
There's something about it.
I think, if I was brutally honest, I would say that I'd been to Whitney Antiques that morning and looked at all the old samplers and some of the early needle pointy, petty pointy, and some of the, what's the word I'm looking for? The pictorial ones with animals in the grass and flowers. And I came home and sat at the drawing board, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, oh, there's that dust in my nose again. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry, sweetie.
We've got it on Ada. Oh, it's so annoying, though. I feel like I've got a perpetual cold at the moment, Jane. And I haven't really.
Do you get hay fever?
I haven't before, but I think maybe this year. Is that what it is? Because I haven't felt ill at all, but I've got a funny sort of almost blocked up ear. I'm constantly sniffly and a bit throaty. Is that what it is?
Well, I just wondered, the number of people who said, I've never had a pollen allergy before, but I'm a bit tickly this year.
Exactly. And this will surprise you, Jane. 54 years old. Look more shocked. Thank you. Good. Excellent. Right on cue. Never had it, but this year.
Interesting. You see, my husband had it very badly until the World Cup four goes ago.
Right.
We were up on Winter Hill outside High Wycombe in long grass. And by
Stop.
We got to the car. We got to the car, and he couldn't see. I mean,
really?
He was just in a terrible state. And actually, he seems to have grown out of it. We got caught in.
Has it got your microphone's folded in again?
Sorry, I must.
It's that linen. It's a little bit of starch in it.
Yes, I need to.
You need to pop your collar.
We went out to a friend's house in Spain, not knowing that he was acutely allergic to olive pollen. And this couple had 1,500 olive trees on the estate.
Selfishly.
I know. And we went to the chemist, who can't sell you anything in Spain unless you have a prescription for hay fever remedies. So he was in A&E.
Oh dear.
No,
look at this colour palette. It is
nice.
So, it is beautiful.
That's very
It is
neat.
absolutely beautiful. And is there gold thread in there, or are these tiny sequins?
Tiny sequins. Tiny sequins. Quite a different look for me.
That's my favourite thing in the whole show.
Well, isn't that interesting?
I think it's just
I like
really
the
different.
feel of it. Yeah, I like the feel of it very much.
Gorgeous.
It would have been called a spot sampler if you were putting this in an auction.
Really, a spot sampler?
Where
Why?
you would just work these individual. I didn't buy one once. It was
Right.
£400, and I didn't buy it.
Do you wish you had now?
Yes. There were two.
I could see the regret in your face.
There were two obvious darns, and I didn't know enough about it. But basically, they'd been removed and attached to a garment or something.
Right.
They'd actually been used and replaced with a darn. So it was in use. It wasn't that it was darned.
No.
And I didn't buy it. Anyway, thick screen.
We've all got buyer's regret about something.
My son refers to buyer remorse.
Yes.
That you wish you had or you wish you hadn't, depending on
Exactly. Exactly. We've all done both. We're going to finish where we started with the pin cushion. In Ada, Oh, I've got 3 left in Ada. 3 left. Last couple of chances. I think the kit is just...
There we are.
Well done. I've got Ada
Oh,
here.
you've got the Ada.
There's the Ada. It's a thing of absolute beauty. I love small things, Jane. I love making small things. There's something really...
Very satisfying.
Very satisfying. And 3-dimensional as well. It ticks loads of boxes. Gorgeous. Also linen available. We'll pop the details up on screen for that. It's really, really limited too. I've got 1 left in linen. Oh, I beg your pardon. 1 left in Ada now. I've got a few left in linen, but not many at all. 37 in baskets. I don't have that stock. Jane, as always, it's just an absolute joy to spend time with you. Thank you so much.
And you.
And thank you for being so candid and
see you next month.
Generous with your skills. See you next month.
Next month.
What house are we doing next month?
We're doing...
Or is it a secret?
We're doing the posh house.
Is this based on where you live?
No. It's the posh house.
Is it John Scott's house in Stich?
No. It is Palladian style.
Oh, next month. Put it in your diary. Right, don't go anywhere because Katharine Wright is up next with a beautiful quilt kit that anyone can make. And I think Katharine's inspired a lot of people to try patchwork for the first time today with her waistcoat. So let's dive in. After the break, it's a full hour show. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you after this.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Fantastic to have your company. And I'll tell you who else it's fantastic to have her company. Katharine Wright. Hello.
Hello again.
You changed your waistcoat.
Well, yes, I didn't want to clash with the gorgeous quilt behind me, so.
You tone beautifully with that quilt. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We're going to make a quilt this hour.
Yes, let's do that. I might not finish the whole thing, but we'll do.
I mean, we'll have a crack at it,
We'll
shall
have a
we?
go,
I
yeah.
think between the two of us we could. Now, the quilt kit that I've got is the pattern that's hanging behind Katharine, but it's a different colourway. But it's not just, I'm going to show you on the cover. It's still William Morris. It's a bit, for me, it's a bit lighter. It's a bit fresher, actually. It's got that gorgeous kind of spring, high summer sort of look to it. Where the one hanging behind Katharine, I think, is a bit more kind of autumny. It's a bit darker. But yeah, absolutely gorgeous. This quilt, I've made this quilt twice. And it's an absolute joy, isn't it? It's so easy.
It is, yes.
It's totally beginner friendly. So see, Katharine, you inspired a lot of people this morning to make patchwork who may be dressmakers who've never done patchwork. And if you watch that thinking, I think I could do that in a quilt form, you know, this is the quilt because it is total beginner level, first quilt level, okay? We're going to jump straight in with the price. You're not paying £199.99. No, sirree. You're going to save £60 on the price. This is an absolute steal, £139.99. Now, the quilt, again, is the perfect size if you want to make a bed quilt, but you're new to quilting because even at full size, this is totally manageable on a domestic sewing machine.
Definitely, yes.
This is 152 centimetres wide, so slightly over 1.5 metres wide by 183 centimetres in depth. So this is going to go beautifully on a single or a double bed as a quilt, but if you've got a queen or a king, I would do it the other way and have it sort of down
over the end.
Yeah, looks lovely. Don't have to make massive quilts, even if you've got a massive bed. Should we dive in and have a look at the fabrics? Beautiful.
Oh, this is always the fun bit. I love it when I get sent these. It's like having a little Christmas present.
Wonderful. It's wonderful. Now, your split pay is $46.66, so you don't have to pay the $139.99 today to get the kit home. If you've never used split pay before, when you come to check out your basket, there'll be an option. Do you want split pay? Tick the box and you've got it. So you don't fill in a form, you don't have to call the call centre, you don't have to have credit checks or anything like that. What would put me off is if I had to fill in a form.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd be like, nope.
Literally just ticking one box.
You tick a box.
Amazing.
And then you've got it, $46.66, and we send it to you in 3 to 5 working days. 1 P&P all day as well, of course. So it doesn't matter if you've already checked out your basket today. Loads and loads in baskets. The fabrics are gorgeous. I can never do these knots, so I'm just going to...
I do mine very, very carefully and save all the ribbons.
Well, I want the ribbon, but I'll probably undo it later. Right, here we go. So there's some absolutely beautiful fabrics in here. They're all William Morris fabrics. You've got classics like this willow bough, which is just such an iconic design by William Morris. Actually, his daughter did a lot of the fabric design, didn't she? Yeah. I love this one. I've used this in blue and green colourway. It's absolutely gorgeous, almost like the encaustic tiles that you get in Victorian houses, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stunning. A little bit of drama there. This is so kind of almost gothic, isn't it? And then even your light-toned fabrics, where in another design they might have been a plain or a sort of simple tone on tone, you've got all this rich design here. This is your background colour. And I say background colour, if you look in the actual design, you've got these chains that run around in sort of concentric ripples almost, in this gorgeous soft grey. This next one, this is your border fabric. So again, even though you've got those very William Morris colours, the palette has a light touch. It's not heavy, it's not dark. It's got a lightness of touch. And then this again is featured throughout regular intervals, these larger squares that create this gorgeous kind of diamond pattern. It's stunning. Lovely Bruce, our director, would you mind showing the picture of the quilt again, please? Because I think it's beautiful, really fresh. Total Morris. It's William Morris through and through, right out to the binding. But it has a lightness and a freshness. I always associate sort of Victorian decor with quite dark, quite moody.
Yes.
But this is light and fresh, summery.
It's very pretty.
Gorgeous. Remember, you're making a £60 saving on the price, £139.99, and your first split pay just £46.66. You get full instructions are included, okay, and very easy to follow. And Catherine, you're essentially making 3 different blocks.
There are, yes. There's just 3 different blocks in it. A 4-patch, a 9-patch, and what did you call it? A split 4-patch.
A split 4-patch. Yeah. So here's block 1, literally 4 squares sewn together. So if you're a total beginner, if you have never done patchwork before, and you watched Catherine's demo earlier for the waistcoat, first skill.
Yeah.
Job's a good one, we're done, easy. Okay. Second, what I would call a split 4-patch. It's still a 4-patch, but 2 of your patches have been split down even further into their own little 4-patch. So you've got smaller 4 patches sewn together to make that 4-patch. And then your third block is a 9-patch. Simply 9 small squares sewn together with this diagonal sort of chain running through. And those are your blocks.
Absolutely.
Fabulous. I remember when I first got this quilt kit home, I don't know if you thought the same, Catherine, but I looked at the quilt, before I looked at the pattern, I thought, oh, is this sort of Bargello style? Have I got to do long? Is it made in quarters? How do I make this?
It's one of those excellent designs that looks way more complicated than it is.
Totally. Totally. But it's split into individual blocks, beginner level, and a very, very nice price. Thank you, Catherine. A very nice price. Loads and loads of you with this in your baskets. Do check out, don't miss out on this quilt kit because it is going out very, very quickly. Absolutely flying out. Now, we do have a little bit of an issue with sky at the moment. It's freezing and flashing. Lynn, you did try and tell me. I've just noticed you're freezing and the sound disappears. It's only happened since Catherine's segment started.
Oh, it's me, is it? Oh, dear.
I'm sure it's not. We're fine on the website. We're fine on digital. Yeah. We're all on it. We've all jumped on it. Well, I haven't jumped on it. I'm still here chatting. But
He's putting his tool belt on as we speak.
you don't want me looking at electricals, Catherine. Trust me. Trust me. When people say, is there anything you can't do? I'm like, yes, so much. DIY. That'll do it. That'll do it. Right. Oodles of fabric there. Right. Check out your baskets. Catherine, can you I mean, are you able to show us the 3 different blocks?
Absolutely.
Can we start with the easy one?
Absolutely. We will start with the 4-patch.
Great.
What I'll say first is your cutting's very nice and straightforward on this quilt. We're all whole numbers and half numbers, which again, if you're new to cutting, when you start cutting quilts, when you start getting things like 3/8 and 7/8, it can like blow your mind a little bit, can't it? But these are all halves and whole numbers, so lovely, easy cutting. I got it all cut out. Sometimes I like to cut the whole quilt just to see, because and just to see what's left. So I can tell you this kit has loads of spare fabric in it.
Gorgeous.
So you've got room to make a mistake.
Fine.
You know,
or some cushions.
Or you've got some lovely stuff left over to make cushions or a waistcoat or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Keep those spare bits for other projects. So your 4-patch is made up. You can perhaps see as well, I have labelled them all. I have a little roll of masking tape in my sewing box, a little bit of masking tape with the letter on so that I don't get things mixed up. And where I've got 2 colours the same, but different sizes, I've written the size on so that I don't get mixed up as well.
Cool.
So if you organise like that, it goes together quickly and easily.
It looks very simple. It is very simple. Oh, yes, there are gremlins in Freeview as well at the moment. We're working on it as fast as we can. Okay, our Ben is monitoring the TV and it has stopped flashing on that, so that bit might be sorted.
Okay. So with your 4-patch, all of them are made exactly the same way, so there's no kind of having to think about which way your fabrics are going or if I've got to put different colours on different sides. They're all made the same. You make 28 of these in total.
And they all look exactly the same?
And they all look exactly the same.
Fantastic.
So I like to lay it out so I make sure I've got it right compared to my picture. And then we're always working in rows. You very rarely in patchwork having to sew round corners. We're always going in straight lines.
Great.
So we're going to take our first 2. We're going to put right sides together. If you are new to it, I always kind of recommend a pin just to hold things. If you've been doing it forever, you probably don't pin anything anymore. But you know what? It can just stop things sliding.
Catherine, I pin more now than I did in my first 5 years.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
I've come to realise the value
Yes.
of that extra second or 2 to put the pin in.
Yes. Saves unpicking, doesn't
It does.
it? Yes. I've got a 1/4-inch foot on my machine, just so that it all stays the same. And if you don't have a 1/4-inch foot for your machine, because this is your first foray into it, I would recommend, I mean, you will probably have some sort of guideline on your machine, but you can always put a little bit of masking tape just to show you where it is so that you can stay super consistent. Because it comes down to consistency with patchwork. There are very few seams to match though in it, which, well, no, there are seams to match in your blocks, but when you start putting your rows together, there aren't many seams to match at all. But you'll be an expert by the time you've done it.
Yes, absolutely.
So you've done your first pair like that. Now, your pressing's really important. We're going to press them so that the seams go in opposite directions. So one that way, one that way. This way, when we put them together and want to make the seam match, they're going to nest together beautifully. And lovely hot iron. And I like to press on both sides. So I press it on the reverse and then I usually turn it over and press it on the right side as well, just to make sure the seam's really, really open.
Nice and flat.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people can't iron their sewing, actually, because we're so used to ironing. When you iron your clothes, you do it as fast as possible, don't you? Because you don't like doing it. And when it comes to sewing, you actually have to really press and spend a little bit longer on it so that you get lovely flat seams.
It's true in all disciplines, isn't it? Dressmaking, pressing is vital.
Absolutely. And your sewing looks 100% better once you've ironed it as well. So there we've got our 2 pairs.
Do you mind just flipping those over for a second, just so we can see how the seams are going in opposite directions? Because we often talk about them nesting, but I don't know if total beginners always understand what we're on about.
So when you're making this block, you can see that your seam is always going to go towards the, so not your light one, it's going towards your green or your darker one. And then you'll remember and get it right every time.
Yep.
So now we're going to try and match those seams together. The way I do it, and I know there are different ways, is I always tend to sort of roll it back like that, make sure it's lined up, and then roll it down and pop a pin in. Some people like to pin both sides, don't they?
Yeah.
I just pin one.
Sure.
Do what works for you.
Yeah, agreed. I think if you press the seams in opposite direction, you can sort of feel they almost click.
They do.
Together,
they kind of lock together, absolutely. And then we're going to put that together with a 1/4 inch seam. Now, what I would say is, yes, you want them to match, but don't get too hung up on it, because a millimetre, so yes, it is looking nice, it's matching well, we're going to give it another press, but a millimetre here or there, in the grand scheme, you are not going to notice.
No.
You might notice when you're sewing it close up, but once it's on your bed like this, if there's one tiny square bit that isn't perfect, no one is going to see that, and the overall effect is still going to be lovely. Would you not agree?
I would totally agree with you.
Yeah, it's really easy to get hung up on the odd tiny bit.
Yeah.
Yes. We have a little rule at the craft centre that you can't do it more than 3 times. 3rd time you live with it, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Because you can send yourself bonkers. Yeah.
So that's block 1.
That's block 1.
Done. You haven't even got to think about other colorations. They're all like that.
All the same.
Fabulous.
Okay, so block 2, it's going to start in a very similar way, but we've got the little baby ones. We're going to make 2 of these.
Yep. So this is what I called the split 4 patch. So it's 2 little 4 patches and then made up into one big 4 patch with a couple of plain squares.
Correct.
Oh, that's a lovely colour combination.
It's nice, isn't it? This little bit of sort of orangey, russety colour kind of pops through the different fabrics, but it's not really bright.
No.
Just nice. So again, we're going to put these together in rows. So when you are getting the hang of this and you're thinking, yeah, I'm super confident with this, you can chain piece them. So you can put these pairs together like all at once. So you run it through and you run a little bit without any fabric, and then you run the next bit through. So when you're kind of building your confidence, or if you've decided to make this quilt and you are an expert patchwork and quilter, then you're going to chain piece them like this, and you will have it whizzed up in an afternoon there.
Yeah. But I always feel like, but that's not necessarily, it's not obligatory.
No, not at all.
And it's kind of not the point to make it as fast as you can.
No, not at all.
I think when I started making quilts, I thought that was the point. That I should be trying to make things as quickly as I could.
Yes.
And there was almost, I went along to a quilt class, and that was almost this sort of feverishness there, that everyone was coming back every week, having finished last week's, and what were you doing now?
Yes.
You know, and I tried to keep up with that. But you can also just really take your time.
Absolutely.
Can I just encourage everyone to watch us on the web if you can at the moment, because we are absolutely having problems across all our broadcast channels, Freeview, Virgin, you name it. It might be from their end. So if you can switch to watching us on the app or on the web, on YouTube also, and you can get YouTube on your telly as well. If you can do that, it'll be absolutely fine and dandy.
So there's our little pairs again, ironed again towards the brighter colours, and they're going to go together, matching that middle seam.
So we make 2 exactly the same?
Make 2 exactly the same.
Great.
Yes. No, there's pleasure in taking your time, isn't there? And just enjoying the process.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you've decided you like this, the machine's decided to misbehave.
Okay. Is it gremlins across everything today?
I'm just going to turn it off and turn it back on again.
Oh.
Don't quite know what's happened there.
Classic move there.
If you've decided, you know, oh, I like this quilt kit, I'm going to buy it and do it for my friend for a birthday in 2 weeks, then you can speed it.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. I still, you know, I've gone back now to making block by block. I had a very long phase of chain piecing. And then I got to the stage where I thought, you know, I'm happy just doing 1 block at a time, and I'll sew the individual elements and I'll put them back where they came from. I always like you do, lay out the block next to me. And part of it, I think, now is because I just find that easier to keep my head around.
Yeah.
I'm just working on this. Bex has got in touch to say, morning all, I'm making my first quilt for, oh, am I allowed to say this on air? Anyway, I will. For my mum's 80th birthday. Mum is 82 this year. Oops.
It's taking a little while.
But I'm sure she'll still love it. You.
Right, so now I have laid out my 2 little mini 4 patches with the other 2 larger squares that go in this block.
And I notice as well that the grey squares are creating a diagonal chain.
So they're creating, yes, these don't swap positions.
Okay.
Again, they stay the same all the way through.
Got you.
I like that because sometimes you can get quite, you can get a little bit mind blown, can't you, when things start rotating?
Yeah.
Yes. Put these together.
And you see, I also have to pin the seam where I'm going, if nothing else, to remind me which side of the square
that's right.
that I'm sewing.
If you put your pin towards it, that's pointing at where you're sewing. Absolutely.
Because the gremlins do jump in between picking it up and getting it under your machine.
Totally.
And they twist the block.
Especially, say you're doing it on your ironing board, and your ironing board's over there, and your sewing machine's here. Literally in those 5 footsteps, it's turned round and gone back to front
3 times. Yep. Oh, Bex, I'm proud of you, though, for keeping going with your first quilt. It will always be a very, very special quilt to you forevermore. Now, fingers crossed, we are back cooking with gas on all channels. We've just heard everything's okay. Now, if you've missed anything in the melee of trying to get us back on air, then let me just recap for you. This hour, we're looking at the soft diamonds. Oh, it's just gone again. Oh, Ben, we're back. Do you want to recap now, or shall we? We'll keep demoing. We'll keep demoing.
Okay.
Apologies, Kath.
No, that's all right. Okay, so there's our rows. Again, we're going to join together. We've got just 1 central seam to match there.
While Catherine's just sewing that seam, I just want to give you a little top tip for later. Don't forget that we've got the Brother side cutter foot back in stock. I've only got 40 of them. And if I don't anymore, I've got 30 left. And they effectively, it's like having an overlocker attachment for your Brother sewing machine. There's a blade there, and as you're sewing and doing your overcasting or your zigzag, your blade is cutting through the edge of the fabric just before you sew it. So you get this beautifully neatened edge. And a lot of the time when I need to overlock, I'll just put my side cutter foot on. Thanks, Dan. And it does a great job. I'll be showing you how at 12:30, but I'd grab your foot while you can.
I use Brother machines at the craft centre, and
Have
that's
you
a
used
great,
the side
it's a
cutter?
great tool. Yeah.
They're so cool.
Yeah.
They're so cool.
And particularly, you know, if you haven't got room for an overlocker, or you don't use that sort of thing that much,
Yep.
it's just a really useful thing to have, isn't it?
Agreed. Totally.
Okay, so I've done block 2. There we go.
Amazing.
Gorgeous. So block 3. Block 3 is a 9 patch. So again, I'm just getting my colours, and all these are going to, again, be made exactly in the same way. You almost feel, I've got like them out like this, I feel like a little chef, you know, getting my spices.
Like
not
they do on
that I ever do
TV.
cooking like that, but
No,
like
but
you
when
do
they've
on
got
TV,
things
yeah.
in bowls.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That looks lovely.
Okay, so that's going like
Or
that.
you
and
know,
we've got
like
our
they
little
have
diagonals.
that they have the street food.
Yes.
Where they've got all the little bowls and they do your soup all fresh.
Yes.
Like Thai soup or something. Yeah, I think that looks very appealing.
So again, we're going to be putting them together in rows. So instead of doing pairs together, I'm going to do little rows of 3 with our 1/4 inch seam.
Fab. Oh, bless you, Viv. Viv's a positive gal. She sent me a little message on Facebook to say, Stuart, I'm on YouTube and I've had no problems. Absolutely. If you can at the moment, if you can at the moment, we really appreciate you letting us know the issues that are going on. But if you want to sort of issue free, go on YouTube or on the app or on the web and you can watch without these annoying interruptions. Now, there's loads of you with this in your basket. Do check out. You should be paying £199.99 for this. You're saving £60. It's £139.99. And you can have 3 split pays, £46.66 to get the kit home. It is 152 centimetres by 183 centimetres. So a good size to go on a single or double bed. And total beginner level piecing. Size you can manage on your sewing machine as well. Glorious. Look at these gorgeous fabrics that you get in the kit. They're all from William Morris. They're all 100% quilt weight cotton, amazing quality. They're all from Free Spirit and they're just beautiful. Easy to cut, whole and half numbers only, strips and squares, easy peasy, and just a delight to make. But my stock is dwindling. Once you've all checked out, I've got about 7 kits left.
I've just come and threaded. So just give me a mo.
Do you need a handle? You're all right.
Yeah,
I know that the TV freezing is not helping, but as I say, if you can watch us on YouTube or online, then there's no problems there. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do have some backing bundles. I've got some wadding on the hour as well. If you want to have a look on the website, you can shop ahead.
There we go, back in business.
Fab.
What did we do without needle threaders, honestly? On the
I
machine?
know. Well, what did I do without reading glasses now? They're my best friend.
I'm having to use mine more and more, I have to
am I.
say. I have to say. Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind. It's nearly my birthday, Stuart. I always get a bit grumpy around my birthday.
Oh, not another one. Charlie's the same. I'm grateful. Well, you know, when I have my birthday, I think, made it.
Made it through another one.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's a good attitude.
But you
to
get a bit
have.
grumpy. When's
I
your
do a bit.
birthday?
17th of June.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday in advance.
Yes. But, yeah, no, it's fine, really.
You see, for me, it's like wall-to-wall meals out and drinky poos and all that kind of stuff as well. I make sure it's a pleasant experience.
Well, I think you have to make the most of it, don't you? Definitely. Helena finishes her GCSEs on that day, so there will be cause for celebration.
Oh, absolutely. But it's your birthday first and foremost. I'm just going to say it. You'll share the celebration with her.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. Well, I will because, so she turns 16 in July.
Right.
And for her 16th birthday, she wants to go to a spa for the day.
Nice.
Yeah, well, of course she needs somebody to go with, doesn't she? So I'm getting a spa dating.
You're the obvious choice,
Oh,
Catherine.
well, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
It would. Yeah. And will you have a little treatment or?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favourite
Like
sort
a
of
massage, sort of.
lovely?
Like a massage, yeah.
Yep.
But to be fair, I'm not really fussed.
No. No, day off work. Lovely. Yeah. Like a little peddy.
Yes. That's actually, that would be good because we're going on our summer holidays soon after.
Yeah.
So a
And you've got
pedicure would
something
be nice.
to show for it afterwards, haven't you?
That is
Where
true.
A massage is a good feeling, but
No, I have done them the right way. I had a moment there where I couldn't see what my seams were doing.
Mhm.
So again, press my seams so that they are going opposite directions.
fabulous.
And so we've got 2 seams to match here as we match our rows.
Perfect. You're fine. Very discreetly done. We're all giggling. Our lovely cat's just been pushing a stepper trolley across in the middle, but we're so discreet about it, but we were all giggling. So there you go, that's why. So your daughter's doing her GCSEs and she's having to do all that at 15.
Yes, because she's young in the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not 16 till July.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet some children are nearer to 17.
Nearly 17,
I know.
yeah. Yeah.
But she's pretty grown up. She can handle it.
Yeah, for sure.
I suppose, they have to choose somewhere to cut it off, don't they?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I was young in the year.
Were you?
Yeah,
of course.
yeah,
it's
with June. So
yeah.
I always used to get exams on my birthday. That was really rubbish.
That's rough.
It was rough.
That's rough. I was sort of slap bang in the middle.
No one wanted to go out with me on my 18th because they were all busy revising for exams.
Oh.
But
I'd have gone out. With you. I'd have been okay because I would have already been 18 February, you see.
Okay.
And as always, a good press.
Yes. There we go. There's block 3. Looking nice, isn't it?
Yeah, looks great.
Looks great. So you're going to carry on like this. I'll make some more while we're chatting.
And you know the 9 patches and the
Yes.
split 4 patch, they're all exactly the same coloration as well.
So you make them all exactly like this. When you put them together, you may, I'm going to have a good examine of this one, but you may end up rotating
You
them
twist
to
and
make,
turn.
yeah, just to make them go in the direction to make the pattern.
Yep.
But you make them all up in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
So, because you can see that one is going to end up going like there to keep that row going.
Yes.
So when you've made all those blocks, your plan is you lay it out on your lounge floor or wherever. You take a picture of it on your phone.
Yes.
And you have a look at it, because if you look at it through your screen, you will see if you've got something wrong.
You will.
You can stand and look at them forever, like directly, and not notice, can't you? It's so
Totally.
weird. And then if you look through a screen, you'll see instantly if something's been rotated the wrong way. So once you've got your pattern right, like that, all laid out, what I do So like this is row 1 that I put together. So if I'd got all my blocks laid out, I would stack all my blocks up from left to right, pop them together, label them row 1. And I'd do that for all the rows so that they were all in order, ready to be put together really carefully. And then you've got your picture as well to refer to make sure you're putting them together correctly.
See, I'd mess that up in 2 minutes flat.
Well, you can, yes, but I mean,
I would.
You've also got a really, like here, it's numbered really carefully.
Yeah.
So you could do it the other way, where you've got blocks 1, you've got blocks 2, you've got blocks 3, and then you literally work your way through.
I'd have them on the floor, like you say, set
number
out.
3.
I'd just have to pick up 2 blocks, sew them together, and then put them back.
Yes. Not all of us have massive sewing spaces where we could leave it out.
No.
That's the thing.
No, true.
Or if you were coming and doing it in a class, you'd lay it all out, but then you'd have to pack it away to take it home.
Yeah.
So freezer bags,
Yep.
little pins and labels is the way to go.
Yep. This is one of those, because your blocks are all your A, your B and your C blocks are consistent throughout, you can actually make a selection and then sew row 1 together.
Yes.
And then park it, and then make the blocks for row 2 if you want to, if that helps you.
So you don't have to think, oh, I've got to do all of them, you know.
Yeah,
I've got to sit and do 28 of the block A.
Yeah.
You don't. You could do 4, and then you've got your first row.
Yeah, perfect.
You can mix
Quick
it up.
recap of the kit. It is £139.99, £60 under our regular price, a huge saving. Beautiful, all William Morris fabrics from Free Spirit. The quality is amazing. They're a joy to sew with. It's really beautiful, really kind of summery and fresh and light. This is your colour palette. You've got this gorgeous array, soft blues and blue grey, this slightly deeper kind of bluey green there and here, and then this lovely freshness that you get from the terracotta and this more vibrant green and gold. Just a beautiful, beautiful colour palette there, and fabulous fabrics, all really iconically William Morris. Just an amazing bargain, really, I think, for all this gorgeous fabric. And your free pattern, that's included in with your kit. Easy to follow, and this is truly a beginner level quilt. If you're a, really experienced quilter, totally for you too, just something that you can make and really just enjoy the gentle process of quilt making. When you come to lay out your blocks, they're all numbered. So your 4 patches are block 1, your split 4 patches block 2, and your 9 patches block 3. So you're just sewing them together in a number order, but the rows are different. So maybe keep an eye and tick them off as you go to say, right, done that one. So you really can sort of make this up into chunks as you go. Just don't try adding all the rows together, because you end up with a massive chunk trying to sew it to a row. You're better off splitting it into 2 halves and then join the 2 halves together in the middle. But it's a very, very gentle process, really.
Yeah.
It's what I love most about quilt making now. It's gentle. I find great peace in doing it.
Yes.
And
this is I would say this is a very mindful one, because it isn't very difficult. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. So those 3 that I've made, I've put together there, so you can see how they go with the row above, if we get the camera. So you can see then you're starting to get your little pattern coming through.
It's really clever how they've put this together, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, because it looks like you're going to do something really challenging with rotating diamonds and,
I think so.
Squares and things, and it's not. It's just those placements. And I really like this green in it. It kind of just...
Yeah.
I like this colourway, actually.
It's really fresh. Yeah, I do too, actually. I prefer this colourway to the one that's hanging behind you.
Yes, I think I do.
Maybe it's the time of year.
Yeah, this is just not quite as bold. It's gentler, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's very pretty.
Gorgeous. And that border fabric as well. This is the border fabric that's been used. And it's this lovely terracotta. This lovely terracotta fabric. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Oh, now YouTube's gone off.
What? We're just talking to ourselves, Stuart.
We might be. We might be. We've got 20 minutes. YouTube shouldn't have gone off, but Lynn and Pauline have let me know that YouTube is now frozen and gone off completely on YouTube. Yes. Yes.
Shall we talk about quilting it?
Pardon me?
Shall we talk about quilting?
I think that would be a brilliant thing to talk about. Yes, please. I mean, just in
looking
terms
to
of
see what they've done.
even scaling back before we quilt.
Yes.
So for our total beginners,
Yeah.
you're piecing the top, what we
Yes.
call the top. And that's that front bit, that pattern bit with borders and that kind of thing. But that doesn't make it a quilt.
No.
There's 2 more layers.
There is. Absolutely. So you've got to you've got to have your backing, you've got to have your wadding. So you're creating a quilt sandwich.
Quilt sandwich.
So obviously you've made your patchwork, you've put these 2 little the small border and the bigger border, and then you choose your backing fabric. And you want to cut your backing fabric and your wadding larger than your quilt top.
How much larger would you say?
I tend to go a couple of inches larger.
On all sides?
Yes, on all sides. Just because it can move around and shrink in a bit when you do stitch it together. And then there's that lovely bit when
right out to the border as well. You've got to have something to hold on to.
Absolutely, yes. So you cut it a little bit larger. You baste it together with either your 505 spray.
Yep.
Love that.
Yep.
Or if you want to, you can use pins. You can use.
You
can tack it.
Yep.
Just something so it all holds together really nicely. And then it's totally up to you how you want to quilt it. So if I was a really new quilter and I'd never quilted a quilt before, I would go fairly simple. I would not do anything too. I would probably just go through the centre of some of my diamond rows.
Yep.
And follow those. The reason I would just go through the centre is because you can draw yourself a nice line through it. You can see what you're doing. People often think stitch in the ditch is easiest, but I really don't think it is. I think stitch in the ditch is really hard.
I have never, ever done stitch in the ditch.
Have you not?
Never.
No.
Wouldn't touch it.
No, it's really hard to do. And people think that it's easy because you can't really see it and that but actually making it so that you can't really see it is a real challenge. So
and also as well, Catherine, I think it's not pointless because it's holding the layers together.
Yeah.
But the quilting is supposed to show it's an integral part of the design.
It is.
So if you make it so that it disappears, it's sort of, what's the point then?
Yes.
Apart from it's just holding the layers together, which I know is a reason.
Yes.
It's not the only reason.
No, it's not, no. This one, they've done some lovely free motion all over it, which looks really nice. But certainly as a beginner, I would just go straight lines.
I agree.
Nothing too complicated. Don't feel like you've got to do loads of it and every square has, just as long as it does hold together. So you could choose, I'm going to follow, certain colours.
Yeah.
And that would be enough.
I mean, the thing is, most modern quilt battings, and this is batting, it looks a little bit like a sort of layer of felt almost. All right. Most modern waddings or battings, the name's interchangeable, you can quilt between 6 or 8 or even 10 inches apart, your lines of quilting. Back in the day, when waddings were very unstable and could easily pull apart, you would have to quilt them. Some of them you had to quilt a 1/4 inch apart.
Oh my word.
And that's in my living memory. It is. I remember waddings that said
Really?
you had to quilt them 1/4 inch apart.
See, I would never have managed that.
No, who would? But now that doesn't mean that you should put your quilting lines this far apart. You can, and it won't affect the integrity. But if you put those lines, go in between them.
Yeah,
add
absolutely.
a bit more.
Absolutely.
It's a fun part of the hobby.
And you can use, you don't have to use a straight line. You can use a decorative stitch. I've started, and my ladies that patchwork have started using the wiggly one that you get on a lot of machines because it hides a multitude of sins. So we use that one quite often. Have a little experiment. And also when you're doing it, think about the colour of your thread because that's part of the design too, isn't it?
Totally.
And you can have different colour threads on the top to the bottom. I'm a really big fan of a variegated thread. To be honest, I nearly always quilt with variegated thread.
So that's one that changes colour.
One that changes colour. So you might pick out one of the colours in the quilt, but then it changes through some other colours, and it just adds interest, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people go really toning neutrals. Some people like contrast.
Yes.
But it's an integral part of the overall design, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's really, really good advice. And I'm glad you brought up the quilting because so often we just say, oh, and then just quilt it.
Yeah, but it's a whole skill in itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Patchwork and quilting are two entirely separate things, really.
Yeah.
And you can do both of them without the other.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely, I agree with you. Now, we have got waddings on the hour. We've also got backing bundles on the hour as well. They're all on the website, so have a little look at those. But basically, you want 2 meters of wadding for this quilt, or 2 meters of an extra wide backing fabric. If you're working with regular width fabric, you need double that. You'd need 4 meters and you'd piece it together, just to give you an idea. Right, I'm going to leave that. We're absolutely brilliant, Catherine. Thank you so much for going through every step of the quilt.
That's okay.
It was fantastic. So we're going to go for a break now. Do you know when you're in next?
I believe it might be the 2nd of June.
Fantastic.
Which is not that far away.
It's not far away at all. Do you know what you're doing?
Yes, I am going to be demoing a beautiful Elna cover stitch machine for you. So I'm going home to learn how to use it so that I can tell you.
Oh, brilliant. So that's coming up on the 2nd of June?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, brilliant. And in the meantime, good luck to any exam, future exams, yes?
Yes, well, hopefully when I go back out in the green room, I will have some text going, it was okay, Mum.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It was all right. Yeah, we never want, it was easy.
No, because then you wonder what we missed.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely. But brilliant. And if I don't see you before, have a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. And I'll certainly see you at Festival of Quilts.
Yeah, for sure. All right, lovely. Right, we're going to go to a break now. And then when we come back, we're going to have some Brother sewing machines, some embroidery machines, and also the Brother side cutter foot. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to be demoing that first thing. So I'll see you after this break.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week. here on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back. In our last sort of half an hour or so on Sewing Street, I've got some fabulous Brother sewing machines to share with you, but I'm actually going to start with a speciality foot, and it's called a side cutter foot. Now, only Brother make these, so they're not compatible with any other brand. I just want to get that out there from the get-go, and I know that's a bit disappointing, perhaps if you've got an Elner or a Janome or something like that, but only Brother make these, so they'll only fit your Brother machine. But they will fit most Brother machines. They're going to certainly fit your FS250, your MV1100, all the Brother sewing machines that we sell on Sewing Street. This foot will fit. All right. Now what does it do? Well, it's called a side cutter, and I'll show you here how it works. So, if you have a look at the foot itself, it fits quite similarly to a walking foot. It has these sort of prongs here that fit on. But here along the bottom, you've got a metal plate. And your fabric is going to run over the top of that. So we're used to putting fabric under the foot. Well, on this one, the fabric's actually going to go over the top of this metal plate, but under this side. And then here at the side of the foot, you can see, I hope, yeah, here, just where this screw is holding on a blade. And as you take a stitch, do you see that blade going up and down? So as you're taking your stitches, oh, hello, there we go. As you're taking your stitches, you're actually going to cut through the fabric with that blade. Now the cut happens just before the stitches are taken. So you're actually cutting the fabric and then stitching over the edge, effectively doing the job of an overlocker. Now it's not a true overlocker stitch, because a true overlocker stitch is 3 or 4 threads, and we've got a top thread and a bobbin thread. But it's about as close as you can get. And for $39.99 to be that close to an overlocker, I think it's absolutely worth the money. Susan from Cheshire says, I bought this when you initially launched it and I love it. It's so easy to use and gives a professional finish. Susan, job done. I'm thrilled that you're happy with it. It sells out every single time. We can never get many. We can never get many. I'm going to thread my machine up, and while I'm here, I'm using the Brother FS250, which I think is our best value sewing machine. For the money, it is absolutely amazing value. Absolutely amazing. It's £399, not £709. You'd pay that tomorrow, and you would have paid that yesterday. But today it's £399. So I'm just going to thread at my machine. Very, very easy to thread. It's got one of the easiest needle threaders ever, I think. Except somebody has broken it and put it back, and it's broken. I need a pair of scissors, please. Ah, honestly. Oh, thank you, Kat. Thank you. Brilliant. I'm just going to say that. Somebody. It wasn't me. Right. Okay. Never mind. This is why I always bring my reading glasses with me. Oh, sorry. Oh, do you know, if I did it first time, it would be fine. I've got it. Right, we're in business. Okay, right, so I've got it threaded up. Right, let's pop the foot on so I can show you how easy it is to put on. So you need your, actually, do you need your screwdriver? You don't need your screwdriver. So there's a little bar across the back of the foot. I'll just show you. It is there, that little bar. And that is what all of your feet on your brother have got, a little bar like that. And the ankle clips onto that, okay? The difference here is, can you see this? It looks like a tuning fork on the side. That has to go over the needle clamp. So where you screw your needles in, we call that the needle clamp, and that has to sit in the middle of that tuning fork. So let's pop that in. So I'll just lift the presser foot up at the back, make sure that the prongs go over the needle clamp. I've only got 12 left, by the way, of this foot, and there are 40 of you with it in your basket. Yeah, that would be good, thank you. Thank you. Right, there we go, just clipping it on. You know what it's like with these things, they're fiddly when you're trying to show someone how it's done. They're easy peasy when it's, yeah. Right, so I'm going to pop my thread back. So there we go, I've got that on. So if I turn it so you can see, and if the camera can pick this up, but I've got the ankle is clipped on here. It's just clipped on. And then my tuning fork part, if I turn it around the other way, can you see how it's over the needle clamp, over that bar, sort of resting on top of it. There we go. Right, so that's installed. Now let's talk about the stitch that we're going to use. So I'm turning my sewing machine on, and your Brother FS250 has got some overcasting stitches. I mean, you get an overcasting foot with the machine anyway, so you can neaten the edges, raw edges of fabric, but the side cutter is cutting the fabric and stitching over the top of it, so it does a much neater job. So, but you're still going to choose one of those overcasting stitches, and I think I'm going to choose stitch number 9 today. Right. And I always like to hand crank through the different stages just to make sure everything is fine and the stitch width is right. So we're all good. You can also use things like a zigzag. That also works if you're using an older brother that doesn't have these overcasting stitches. And then what you're going to do, the feed of the fabric's really quite important. So your raw edge, which is going to be trimmed away, will sit on top of the foot. And then the rest of the fabric will go under. So it goes under this thin part of the foot, and you can see my fabric is going under that. But the fabric's actually on top. And if I turn the machine around and just bring it back in, you can see that here the fabric is actually sitting on top of the metal plate. If I take it back out again, you can see there's the metal plate, and I'm actually covering that with my fabric. That's the bit that the blade is going to chop off. All right. So let's turn it back around and start stitching. Now, to start with, you do need to just feed your fabric forward a little bit to start it feeding, and then we can start to stitch. Just need to get the feed, and it starts to cut through. There we go. And with your overcasting stitches, there's a certain amount of forwards and back that it will do. And you also do need to experiment a little bit with the stitch that you pick. Now, I've rather chewed up the first little bit. It's not a bad idea to use a little bit of fabric to go through, but you'll see as soon as I've got past that, we're getting this amazingly neatened edge. Can you see that? Now, I'm deliberately using a very harsh contrast of black thread against my purple so that you can see exactly what it's doing. And I'll stop right there. Okay. It's such a cool foot. It really, really is. If I clip my threads off, and I'll just show you now, so you can see front and back, you've got this beautifully neatened edge. The thread, I don't know if you can see, but the thread actually goes right over the edge. It's not just up to, it's right over the edge. Okay. I'm going to use a different, and you can see there's the strip of fabric that my side cutter foot was trimming off as I went. So just like an overlocker, trims that fabric away and then neatens the edge. So I'm going to cut myself just a little bit. I've used a double layer of fabric here just to demonstrate this. And I'll just choose a different stitch this time, because you might be using a stretch fabric, in which case you'd need a stretch overcasting. So I'm going to use stitch number 8 this time. Tuck everything underneath. And again, let that feed through. There we go. And you can use the thread just to pull backwards. And sometimes it really is just about choosing the right overcasting stitch for the fabric that you're working on to get the best finish. Because obviously if you're overcasting, there we go, all the way through. If you're overcasting a stretch fabric, you need a stretchy overcast. Now, look at that one there. That is a beautiful finish down here. Do you see? Absolutely gorgeous. How neat is that? And there it is on the back. You see where I managed to chew up? That's not holding on to my threads at the start. But if you hold on to your threads at the start, okay, there, like I did this time, you get a much, much neater start. Brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely superb bit of kit. There are 5 left and 41 in baskets. Now, while I'm here with the FS250 in front of me, I'm going to just give you a quick tour of this machine. It is a fantastic machine, and I genuinely believe it's the best value machine that we have at Sewing Street. For the money, the stitch package that you get is unparalleled. It's an absolutely fantastic machine. Sorry. I'm making everything look twice as hard today, so I'm trying not to unscrew that too much. Do you know sometimes where you say, what am I doing wrong here? I'm just going to take the screw out. There we go. I think I'm getting caught up on the needle. There we go. There we go. He's done it. Yeah. Right, there we go. Right, so just while we're at this point, I've taken the ankle off. So you can take the ankle off, and when you're using things like the walking foot, which comes with your machine, amazing, you would take that ankle off just to fit that on, and it's an easy process. You get that walking foot included, and that is a £40 value just for the walking foot itself. You also get your darning foot included. That's another £20 or so. You get a Teflon or non-stick foot for sewing things like vinyl and oilcloth with ease. You get an invisible or concealed zipper foot. Dressmakers, I asked for that for you. I actually helped Brother put this foot package together. These are the extra feet that you get on top of the regular feet. So you're going to get all of your regular utility feet, your one-step buttonhole foot, one-step buttonhole, absolutely brilliant. I'm going to sew one of those while I'm here. Yeah, that'd be lovely. I'm going to pop the buttonhole foot on. It's so clever. So you get 8 different buttonholes. And so all you're going to do to sew your buttonhole is there's a little slider on the back of the buttonhole foot that you slide to the size of your button. And you can push it in until it grips your button. It's just this little bit here. It slides in and out. Okay, if I had a button, I'd put it in there and squeeze it till it grips the button. But for demonstration purposes, I'll just pop it there. You've also got a little slider that comes down, and that sits behind. And when you push on it, it should make the foot wiggle forward and back. If it doesn't, then it's not in the right position. All right, so that's a quick test. So that's my buttonhole foot attached. I've got 8 different buttonholes to choose from. I'm going to pick buttonhole number 38 because it's just a really, really nice smart buttonhole. And I've got my little bit of neatened fabric here so I can sew my buttonhole on this. So fabric goes underneath. I'm going to bring my needle down and up just so I can bring my bobbin thread to the surface. This helps to prevent tangles later on. Okay. So pop your presser foot down, and then all you're going to do is put your foot on the pedal or press the start button, and it's going to sew me a beautiful buttonhole. So it sews the sidebar first of all, both sides, and it does a locking stitch at the end, and then it will stop. And that is literally all there is to sewing a beautiful buttonhole. Now I'm just going to clip my threads off. You would naturally pull these threads to the back and tie them off when you're doing this on a garment, so they're really neat. But just for illustrative purposes, now look at that beautiful buttonhole. Beautiful on both sides. Sewn with ease, and then you're just going to use your seam ripper to open up the buttonhole. Now there's 8 different buttonholes on your machine, so you've got a buttonhole for every application. Susan from Cheshire says, my husband bought me the FS250 in March. It's amazing. I've done dressmaking, patchwork and doll making. It's very versatile. Susan, thank you for your message. Your husband's definitely a keeper. If he knows what you want, and it's just brilliant. Margaret from Cheshire says, from Chester in fact, says, hi Stuart, I bought this machine from Sewing Street on your last promotion, and it's a brilliant machine, ideal for taking to my sewing group. Perfect. Now I want to show you, when we're talking about patchwork and quilting, that you don't need a separate foot for your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Lots of machines have a 1/4 inch foot. I think often they lull people into a false sense of security, and they're not necessarily that accurate. I prefer to use the 1/4 inch stitch that's on this machine. So I'll cut myself one more little bit of fabric, and stitch number 46 is the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Right, so with it on 46, if I line up the edge of my regular foot and sew, I will sew a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now this was a curved edge, but I've still managed to maintain a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance along that edge just by lining up the edge of the fabric with the edge of the presser foot. And that is a beautiful 1/4 inch seam allowance. It's a great machine. It's well worth going for, and the price is fabulous. It's phenomenal. If you are getting the machine or you've bought it before, grab one of those last couple of side cutter feet. They are brilliant. We think there's 2 left. There's 2 left. There's just enough time if you want to grab one. Right. Now we've got a second machine that we're going to talk about, and this is a one machine that truly does do it all. So we are looking now at the Brother Innovis NV 2750D. Now this is what we call a combi machine because it's a sewing machine, but it's also an embroidery machine. And I have a Brother combi embroidery and sewing machine in my studio. And it's the machine I didn't think I needed until I got it. They are unbelievable. I mean, I was really wanting an embroidery machine. And you might be thinking, well, I've got a sewing machine, Stuart. Why do I need a combi? I just want an embroidery machine. But for me, having one machine, because even in my studio, my space is tight, I've got one machine that I can do both things with. Now, if we just go to the Brother website, the price for this machine is £2,999. So for the sake of £1, it's £3,000. Now our regular price for this machine is £2,599. So we're already £400 cheaper. But you may have noticed we've just taken an extra £100 off. So we are £500 under the Brother price. Now, as a sewing machine, we'll show you the details of what your machine can do, please. So as a sewing machine, and this is the setup as a sewing machine, you've still got your free arm for bag making and dressmaking. You can still drop your feed dogs. All the stuff that you can do with your regular sewing machine, you can do with your combi, okay? So you've still got your accessory boxes with all your feet in the front and so on, okay? But up here, you've got all of your stitch package, which is absolutely incredible on your combi machine. Look at all those different stitches. Can we have the one with it, what the stitches are, please? I can't... Because the thing is, you've got 5 alphabets just as a sewing machine. Okay, you've got 5 different alphabets just as a sewing machine. But you've also got loads of alphabets as an embroidery machine too. But we'll get to that. But as a sewing machine, it's absolutely brilliant. You've got, I think, 10 different buttonholes. You've got 2... Yeah, is it? 291. Okay. 291 built-in stitches. So many different stitches to choose from. Ah, the internet's gone down. Sorry, we're struggling today. I'm going to turn the machine around so I can just read it off the machine. That's easier. Okay, so you've got now then, I think it's 10 different buttonholes, but you've also got darning functions, you've got button sewing functions, you've got all your utility stitches that you'd expect, you've got loads and loads of different decorative stitches too, some that look like cross stitches. You've got some really wide stitches here as well, because this machine's feed dogs work in all directions. So, for example, you can sew sideways, you can sew backwards, you can sew diagonally. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just the numbers, really. I remember that aren't there 313 embroidery stitches and 55 Disney, like embroidery on the embroidery module? Oh, my talkback's gone now. We're not doing very well today. I'm struggling. But it is an embroidery machine as well. So you have got all that embroidery function. You've got 313 embroidery designs already built into your machine, but you've also got 55 of those which are Disney designs. That's incredible. You're not having to buy those as an extra. They're included on your machine. They're built in. Now, if you want to expand your library of embroidery designs, you've got wireless connectivity. So you can download, I mean, there's tens of thousands of designs that you can download. Absolutely incredible. You've got 13 different fonts as well, 9 alphabet, 1 Cyrillic and 3 Japanese. So you can add words, you can rotate, you can enlarge, you can reduce. You've also got, now this is something I discovered I needed in an embroidery machine. You've got jump cuts. So in a lot of simpler embroidery machines or older embroidery machines, when you cut, say you're stitching some outline here, and then there's some outline here, or there's a bit of red here and then a bit of red there. What a lot of embroidery machines will do is they will just move across and leave a line of thread that you then have to go back in with a pair of scissors and snip off. Or it will stop and you trim the thread and then you go across. With this brother, it will actually finish the stitch, it will cut the thread, and then it will move across and it will start the thread again and continue. So it actually does those jump cuts. So that's an absolute boon. It really, really is. You can also, your machine is set up so that you can use different varieties of threads. So there are different brands that make embroidery thread, and they are pre-programmed into your brother. So if you've got, say, Madeira embroidery threads for your machine, you can go into that screen and it will tell you the thread colours in Madeira. If you've got brother embroidery threads, it will tell you which colours you need to reproduce the design. So that is also incredibly useful when you're doing embroidery. But as a sewing machine, first and foremost, you have got hundreds of stitches to play with. Don't think that you're compromising in any way by having a machine that does everything. I've been using my combi machine now for, well, we're getting on for 2 years now, so I think I'm really giving it a really good road test. And there hasn't been a moment where I've regretted having a machine that does both. Yeah, you've got 8.3 inches of throat space. This is equivalent to, you know, something like your NV1100. Now, your NV1100, brilliant machine. It's a sewing machine. This is going to do your sewing, your quilting, your embroidery, your embellishments, your personalizations. Now, it's also got a program on it called My Custom Stitch, and this means that you can sew, you can design your own stitches, or you can edit pre-existing stitches, and it's almost kind of graphed out. Now, you've also got a fabric sensor system, which means that the machine detects the fabric thickness and automatically adjusts the foot pressure. This means that, for example, when you're sewing the final hem on a pair of jeans, okay, we're working through several layers, 2-3 layers as we're going around, but when we get to the side seams, we're going over maybe 7 or 8 layers of denim all in one go. And that is often, even when you're using a walking foot, where you can get tiny stitches because you suddenly hit this lump. Well, this Brother machine will detect that thicker lump and it will adjust the pressure so you don't get tiny stitches. It doesn't stick. It sews straight over the top and keeps everything consistent. Now, you've also got a square feed drive system. So this means superior stitch quality, whatever the weight of fabric you're using. It's also got longer feed dogs and a longer regular foot than the normal, which means there's more points of contact as you're sewing. You've got a knee lift. Now, I couldn't be without my knee lift. I will only have a machine in my studio, my regular machine, that has a knee lift. I'm fine with workshop and class machine, but for my regular sewing, I need the knee lift. This hangs below the table and I can use my knee to lift and lower the presser foot. Get the machine home, put it through its paces, see if it's for you. Remember, if it's not for you, we have our returns. You can return. You know, I think it's important when you're spending £2,500 on a sewing machine that you know it's right for you. And that's why we have those policies in place so that you can try the machine. Now, we're on split pay as well. So £2,499 is £500 below Brother's price. 5 split pays at £499.80. You're actually saving, if you were paying a Brother price, this would be your first split pay for nothing, because you're saving £500, aren't you? Absolutely brilliant, brilliant offer. And you don't have to make all the payments before we send you the machine. Make one payment, £499.80, and we'll send the machine out to you in 3 to 5 working days. If you have any questions, do get them in and ask, won't you? We've got a couple of minutes left. Now, let's have a look at tomorrow's menu. All right, we are starting. Now, I thought today was the last day of Fabulous Flower Show. Okay, well, first thing, 8 a.m, Fabulous Flower Show fabrics. Can't wait to see those. At 9 o'clock, Jenny Jackson is in the house with her tile of the month. I think, are we at month 3? Month 3. Now, at 10 o'clock, I will be meeting one of our newer guests. I've not met Amber before. Amber Elizabeth is here with the Tyra trousers by Plowen Patterns. Looking forward to meeting her tomorrow. At 11 o'clock, Jenny Jackson is back with the sewing machine cushion and the alphabet hanging. And then at 12 o'clock, we are looking at the Cuba Libre dress from Maison Fauve with Amber Elizabeth. Looks like a fun day. Now, please don't go anywhere because Hobbymaker is up next and it's going to be a fabulous show. You don't need to retune your channel. Stay right where you are. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Check out your baskets and see you tomorrow.